Welcome back everyone. Lunchtime is over and we are into the afternoon sessions here at this magical mobility land Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. The afternoon is being kicked off with the ASB 1000s who are coming out on track now for their sighting lap. This is a 40-minute session. And we're expecting fireworks. We really saw some action in the first session with Hafiz Sharin jumping to the top and then almost immediately jumping off his bike in the gravel trap in a very minor crash, it has to be said. We saw Andy Farid Izdihar coming through really strongly for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. And most of all, we saw a really resurgent Yuki Kuni, who's had a decent start to the season with 3 fourth places, which puts him in a decent position in the championship. But he's on a new bike. He's at a circuit where he won here just 6 or 7 weeks ago in the All Japan Championship, and he went to the top of the session with a margin of about a second over Andy Farid Izdihar. So the question, Daniel, what do you think? Hafiz missed a lot of that session after that little tumble, but my expectation is for him to really go gangbusters for it this time.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I think especially after that second run where we saw he was a bit unsettled on the bike, they're gonna dial it back and really just find something similar to what he had in the early portion of that session and really just go 110%. And if I may just enter Planet Nerd real quick about regulations. So this time round, the YZF R1s and the YZF R1Ms, namely for the Yamaha Racing Team Asia, Cosmo Daniel, as well as, someone's gone off now.
That's Zakwan. No, it's not. That's Passowit. Yeah. Yeah, go on. So we're trying to get more power from the Yamahas, is that where we're going?
So for the Yamahas as well as Shota and Soichiro, they will be able to run the Yamaha GYTR parts. So GYTR are the main racing part supplier for Yamaha. So they have new camshafts, valve spring set and an air funnel set to try and help them out. And as we've seen for Shota, that's been working really well. He's been well competitive in this class already in the first practice session. So now it's just a matter of seeing whether Kasma can convert that into a better position, because he was struggling, but Soichiro, his teammate, was not doing too badly.
Yeah, that's right. That was really interesting in that first session. We just wondered why there was that gap between Shota and Kazma down near the bottom of the chart. Yuki Kuni has just done his first flying lap, the 151. A low 151, so that's only a couple of tenths off his best time this morning. So that's a start.
And that's his first flying lap. He did a 150.814 as his fastest lap time in practice 1. So 149 will be looking very likely in the session if this is the rate that Yuki is improving at. I mean, just looking at Yuki, about 15 minutes before we headed out, he was already in his suit, walking around pit lane. He's ready. He's here in Japan. He wants to grab his first victory in ARC over here in home soil. If he does have a really good weekend here, going into Mandalika, he's going to be really up there in the championship fight. He's only trailing by just about 24 points now to Andy Farid. If he can collect some good points here going into Mandalika, they're going to be really looking at it. But now here's Hafiz Sharin with JDT Racing Team. Hafiz is another very confident looking man this weekend. Just came off after Suzuka Endurance Test with Team Kageyama and Paolo Chibati from Ducati in attendance.
Yeah, quite a few of these riders have been there. Andy Farid has been there. Even Zakwan, who's only just out of plaster for those 2 nasty hand injuries he suffered in Zhuhai. Who else has been there? Zakwan, Aslan. Was Aslan there?
Aslan was there,
yeah.
Aslan, of course, coming fresh off Malaysia Superbike round, and before that, a victory in the Japanese Championship. where he needed to qualify in the top 8, I believe it was, to make it for the Endurance Championship, and he did even better and won the race.
Yeah, this is an interesting group here. So you've got the recovering Zakwan, Lachlanipis, and Hafiz all running very close together here.
Yeah, Hafiz in the previous lap 152.6, so it's not enough for Hafiz, but we know that he's on a mission now. He's gonna have to get past Zakwan, and he'll have clear track in front of him for quite a bit. Sharin Shimura, once again the Japanese stand-in rider for Marcus Reiterberger, really performing well this time around. We saw him in Zhuhai, where he was still getting to grips with the 1000cc machinery. It was his first time ever riding a 1000cc bike, and he was already impressive. In the race, he collected 9 points. This time around, looking at a podium fight.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. And wise move by BMW as well to put him on that bike. And in terms of the, well, let's have a look at the top speeds, because we've got that information. Oh, yeah, so Yuki Kuni has just bettered his free practice one time by 3/10. There it is, that bike looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
It does look like a really good bike.
It's the latest version, as you can see from the aero things on the front.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna have an interview with Yuki's team, especially about winglets, because we want to know this winglet design is far more what's the word for it? Far more standouty than the way that, oh, I thought it was a 149 coming. It's a 150.234 from Yuki Kuni. 149 looks like it's gonna happen, but yeah, these winglets, it's much more like before this. He had 3 or 4 mini winglets inside of that side pod thing, and now it's just that one winglet, almost MotoGP style, and it seems to be working really well for Honda. So we will get an insight as to why, as to how it affects the riding style and how it affects the top speed.
Yeah, it's much more in your face in the same way that, say, the BMW wings are. Which is almost the first thing you notice about the BMWs when they're coming towards you.
I remember we compared it once to almost a whale shark looking winglet.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the BMW does have that sharky look to it anyway. But this is good to see. Yuki Kuni really on a mission. And the race that we were talking about, he won in Superstock here at Motegi a few weeks ago. He didn't just win it, he ran away with it.
Follow Yuki Kuni now on this lap, and I think it's going to be another good lap from him. He's looking really quick on this one. This could very well be the magical 149, and that will be really a tough benchmark to match. As of right now, Shuni Shimura the closest, and he's 1.2 off. Oh, mistake there from Yuki Kuni. That's unfortunate. It was a good lap coming.
It's a shake of the head. It's not going to be a disastrous lap, but yeah, that won't get him into the 149s. Anyway, we've got another 30 minutes of this session. What was that?
51.8, still a very fast lap.
Yeah, that would have been the 3rd best time of the session.
Nakarin actually not a bad lap time for him, a 52.1. Comparison, Nakarin did a 53.1 in practice 1, so nearly a second faster this time round.
Yep, and the injured heroic Zakwan Zaidi, 152, almost into the 151s.
I'd imagine some of the Honda bikes would have shared some data or some information at least just to help the others out, and if that's the case, it's been working well. So Chiro then, error for him, and just avoiding the gravel trap.
Yeah. Yeah, so Hafiz is out there. He's down in 7th. I might have expected him to have been an early leader in this session. Just coming in now, that's Kazma Daniel making a pit stop. He hasn't done anything too much in this session. 155.7. Shoto Yokoyama in P5. So again, like we've seen in the Super Sport, the wildcards really showing the way here. And props to that rider for coming out of plaster and jumping on a superbike and riding it at this kind of pace. Quite amazing. Shout for his doctor as well, who was giving him the painkillers.
Oh, that's Shota Shimura just sitting behind Zakwan there. Yuki Kuni was somewhere in front of them. And yeah, he's coming across the front straight now, so Yuki comes across, and it's a 1:50.5 for him, still the fastest rider on track. But now let's follow Zakwan. This is such a job for Zakwan. What a top job this is.
Yeah.
And it's a 51.8 for Zakwan Zaidi, so he improves up into the 51s.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We hope he can sustain that over race pace. But he did quite a lot of laps this morning.
14 laps in total.
Yeah.
That's Hafiz now. He's just sitting in the pit box. I think they still have to make some adjustments. It's strange because that first early portion of the session, Hafiz looked unstoppable. And once they got the bike back into the garage, it looks like they made some adjustments and the bike was just not really planted for those 2 laps that we saw Hafiz. Going in hot there again. A lot of riders going in hot.
Yeah, that's a difficult spot.
Mind you, Andy Farad is the championship leader, so he needs a good weekend here before we head into Mandalika. But so far, it's not been the best 2 practice sessions for Andy Farad. The best of the 2 practice sessions. In practice 1, he managed a 51.8, so that would have put him somewhere around 3rd or 4th.
But we know the quality of Andy Farid, and I think he'll make his way up. Aslan at an interesting angle, lean angle. So he's talking before. It's really good to see that he's got the support of BMW as well as TKKR for this series. And he's in good shape. We just need to put it together so we can get that BMW around here like he needs to. 153.5 is his best in this session, which is 0.4 quicker than he did in the first session. It's an improvement, but not nearly enough for the 2019 ASB 1000 champion.
Right now, Shota Yokoyama has dropped into the 152.192, and Nakarin's dropped into the 151s. So, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, Shota Shimura, Zakwan Zaidi, and Nakarin all in the 151s. Yuki Kuni, the only rider in the 1-minute 50s. Shota Yokoyama at the 5th place.
Yeah, I think when we see Hafiz back out again for his next run, he's going to be aiming at that top spot. He's going to be aiming at the 150s. 1.1 seconds clear. Absolutely brilliant, which is about 1 second clear this morning. Chang Chi-ying, the Chinese rider, coming here. That being the A-Racer bike. It's a bit of an experimental bike. A-Racer, the provider of the ECUs for this series. And it looked like one of the sensors fell off and was dangling around and distracting the cameramen around the circuit, all of whom seemed to be focusing on that front wheel and that thing flapping around, but it wasn't structural. So stop for Andy Farid. He needs to find 2 seconds if he's going to get close to Yuki Kuni. That's a big ask.
Zakwan, the only rider of the top 9 out on track, and again, despite still recovering from his injury, he's putting in the most laps of the majority of the grid. And here's Pasivid, who we saw going into the gravel trap. He's back out now to find some rhythm.
Yeah, that was an early crash for him, but he's still got lots of time left. 24 minutes left in this session, and there'll be another session later in the afternoon.
Password on that lap of 156.391 puts him up into 12th, just behind Kasma Daniel. And again, it's just, I really hope to see Kasma finding his rhythm, because I was just looking at the championships the past couple of years, and Kasma in his debut season, 3rd in the championship.
Yeah,
it looks so good for him in Yamaha.
That's it. We thought beginning of 23 he'd continue that trajectory and be a real championship contender last year. But him and that Yamaha R1 just haven't got it together.
Yeah, I managed to check out Yamaha while they were basically testing for this run in the Malaysian Superbike Championship. And in that run they had Kasma testing a number of different parts, an ECU as well as different exhausts, different subframe. But it just seemed like the times were going backwards. I remember at the end of the race the rhythm was around 2:12, 2:13, and it's so different from what we've seen from Kasma in the past. In his debut season, he did a 2:06.3, so literally 6 to 7 seconds slower. And it's just can't pinpoint what it is that Yamaha's lacking now, because we've known in the past they've had struggles with top speed, but they've always been strong in the turns. But now it's even more confusing.
Yeah, it really is. That's just saw Zakwan pitting there as well.
So grabbing his hand there.
Yeah, yeah. So come back in for maybe new tyres and maybe another shot. Yeah, the operation scars are still quite raw.
Yeah. Here's Lachlan Epis now. Lachlan looking to find some improvements. Behind Yuki Kuni's time, he's about 3.5 seconds. To Sho Nishimura, he's about 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, he often goes well at new circuits to him. We saw that at Mandalika, which was the first time we really saw him looking as though he was going to get amongst it, and he had a really good outing at Zhuhai last time. Qualified 5th. Very calm looking Yuki Kuni.
One of the rare moments that we don't see an ice pack on his neck.
Yeah.
Here's Lachlan now going down the downhill portion. Aslan Shah's coming out now while the track is empty. I think that's wise for Aslan. He needs to find something, because it's not really clicked for him yet this weekend.
Yeah, it's worth noting he's got a very highly regarded data engineer in his garage this weekend, as he did in Sepang for MSPK. None other than Peter Baum, who's done all kinds of things in World Supersport, the 2 MotoGP, and co-host of the Oxley Bomb podcast, which is always a good one. It's good to see him plying his trade in other areas.
Sharin there coming up for his second run in this practice 2 session. He's got about 20 minutes left. Ready for Aslan Shah. The massive winglets of that M1000RR.
Yeah, you can't really call them winglets, can you?
Yeah.
They're more like wings.
Here's Yuki Kuni now. He's getting ready for his second run. 149 must be right at the door for Yuki Kuni now.
Yeah, that's it. What tyres has he got? Mediums. Medium front and rear, I think.
Yeah, he's been running the medium compound for most of the season, really. I don't think he's enjoyed the other compounds as much. Aslan's always been running the hard front.
Soft.
Oh, it's medium for Aslan this time, I think.
Isn't it?
I think due to the cooler temperatures, maybe Aslan's opting for a bit more front feel.
Yeah, that's unusual.
So I think in practice one he ran the hard front and soft rear, if I remember correctly. It was a soft rear, but I can't remember the front.
I think it was a hard front. And now in these cooler conditions, he's on mediums. By the way, that probably explains why Yuki Kuni didn't have the ice pack. It's about 10 degrees cooler here
Yeah.
than it is most of the other circuits we go to.
Yeah, usually we just see him sweating and looking exhausted, but yeah, this time around, these temperatures suit Yuki.
Yeah, he's looking comfortable, confident, quick, yeah.
Especially guys did a good job on this bike. It's just so controlled even with the rear tire lifting. Yes, Aslan shot. This is a decent looking push lap from Aslan. Ooh. Bit of an error there, but managed to keep it all together. Aslan Shah comes around the. For a second there, I thought he was coming around the front straight, but he hasn't crossed the final tunnel yet. There we go, the rear tire. He's just trying to control that rear tire and just make sure it doesn't move about too much. He knows a thing or two about that downhill portion in Motegi.
Yep, another rider with lots of experience around here. Anybody who's ridden in MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3.
It's not the lap times Aslan wants. It's a 53.8 this time round. Still has 17 minutes to figure it out. Shines as well. He's on a hot lap. Yes, Hafiz now right on cue. Way down on the downhill portion. You can see a medium as well for Hafiz Sharin. The suspension looking quite planted now this time round. Around the final section and a flip to the right, and it'll be the front straight. This is a decent lap coming in from Hafiz Sharin. Will it be better lap time for Hafiz? He comes across the line. It's a 152.4, so not an improvement, but still a low 52.
Yeah, it's good pace. I've just been looking at the top speeds, and Honda have it. Not surprisingly, I guess. But Ducati also quick. Only just slightly slower. This is the fastest Yamaha. This is from session 1. There's Shota 277, so to 284. So that's quite a big gap. 6 to 7 kilometers per hour slower through the speed trap. About Yamaha. That's Minamoto coming in.
Zaf is now on another push lap. Got Tsuyu Joda, he's got to get past.
Frustration there for the Malaysian.
Yeah, I can understand Hafiz's emotions there. That really ruined that push lap, so he's got to go for another one round. Hafiz trying to get on the inside, but then Tsuyu Joe not seeing Hafiz coming behind him, and he's got in the way of Hafiz.
We couldn't see the flag marshalling there, but I assumed there were blue flags. So this won't be a stunner from Hafiz because of that.
3-1, it could have easily been a good lap time, but unfortunate traffic for Hafiz Sharin. But now let's look at Kasma Daniel, his fellow countryman. Cosmo, one of the only riders running the hard front and medium rear in this session. Let's see if this brings better days for Cosmo. Oh, it's not looking like a really fast lap for Cosmo Daniel, and comes down the front straight now. Should be around the 54-55 region, 54.5. So he does improve slightly. He remains in 12th position under Passawit. And top speed wise, they're not struggling top speed wise this time around. Cosmo got a 274 top speed in practice 1. In comparison, Lachlan Epis in 10th place had 267. And there's only just a couple kilometers per hour off Azlan Shah Nakarin's top speed, so...
Yeah, that's right. And the Thai Honda, or the Astemo Thai Honda of Passawit, was the only notably slow one. Oh, and Osama's bike.
Present Soichiro 273 kph and still managed to be up in 5th. Hafiz is really aggressive down there. The red tire just sliding out onto the rumble strip. Hafiz keeping it well under control. Let's see. It should be a good lap from Hafiz Sharin. Number 55 for JDT Racing Team. This time no obstructions for Hafiz as he comes down the front straight. Comes across the line at 52.3, another 52.3, so he's consistent there. It's his personal best, but again, a 152.3 is not going to be enough for this weekend. While this is happening, Yuki Kuni 150.143.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably going to be enough to be a race pace if they're racing for the podium, but it's not going to be good enough if Yuki Kuni can hold that kind of pace or anything close to it.
The thing about Yuki's lap times, he's consistent. He's so consistent with this very high pace that he's riding at. Here comes Yuki now for another flying lap. Drops a gear down into the final turn. Adi Farid, the other Honda rider, goes up into 3rd. Looking good from Adi Farid, but here comes Yuki Kuni across the line. It's 1 minute 50.8. So still the fastest rider on track, but not an improvement.
And as you said, very good pace from him. Now 1.15 seconds quicker than Sho Nishimura, who's doing a brilliant job on that BMW as the stand-in rider. Zakwan possibly still taking a much needed break.
It's for Azlan Shah now in the previous lap of 156, so I think must have been an error or some traffic in his way just now.
Just see, it looks as though he's working on a puzzle, isn't it?
He doesn't look the most comfortable that we've seen him. He just looks confused going around, so something really just not sitting well with Azlan. The bike was sliding towards the right. It was unfortunate that we cut away because that was really an interesting shot. But the rear loose as always with Azlan Shah. Cosmo finding himself behind Adi Farid now. Cosmo in the previous lap he's done a 154.364. Cosmo needs to get into the 152s.
Yeah, these two riders know each other pretty well. Same generation. Some of the fastest youngish riders in Asia, without a doubt.
Cosmo there, so I think he was waiting to find the toe before we saw him on the screen. Hafiz is back into pit lane now, so Chiro, Cosmo's teammate, is coming back out from pit lane. You see a very busy Sal from Dunlop walking around the pit area, trying to get more information. He's looking up to see whether the weather's going to take a turn. As of right now, still cloudy weather around Motegi. It's a little bit of blue skies in the distance.
It's kind of stable cloud we've had all day today. We haven't.
It is.
I can't remember seeing actual. Well, no, it did brighten up a little bit late morning, but that cloud cover has been consistent, and the temperatures, track temperatures should be pretty much perfect. And in comes Aslan into the pits. As on screen we look at Andy Farid. He's going to be looking to close that 1.5 second gap to the top with Yuki Kuni. And he's got some quality time on his own. So that would be good for him to spend some time there and just work on it.
One thing that'll be knocking in the mind of Andy Farid is he's been on good form. But once Yuki Kuni starts picking it up like this, championship battle does come really alive.
Yeah, those 3 fourth places have been enough to keep Yuki Kuni in the hunt. And a big improvement this weekend will put him, as you said earlier, right in the mix.
51, a high 51 from Andy Farid. So Andy's been quite consistent in the 51 timing bracket, but look at Yuki's consistency, another 50.3. It's unbelievable. He's done the fastest lap of anyone else, non-stop for the past, he's in total maybe 8-9 laps.
Yeah, that's it. And Lachlan Epis going out for another run, his best 53.8 so far. Here he comes.
Yuki, 150.143, no magical 149 yet in this session, but we still have practice 3, and I will still keep hoping.
Yeah, as calm as ever in the SDG team.
Coming into this weekend with a new bike, new livery, and with plenty of confidence, and has been really working. Looks like Yuki's not resting. It's just a quick suspension tweak, just a few turns there on his front forks.
Yeah, we saw that in the first session as well. Came in, stayed there.
He seems to have this methodical approach to how he does everything. Just do a few laps, come back in, debrief, and make a quick tweak here and there. And it's just slight tweaks, and this just allows him to find his comfort zone and really push more.
Yeah, I think the team are really good at doing that. They just create this atmosphere of, okay, we've got this, nothing to worry about.
Nakarin now currently placed 5th in this session, 151.967. Nakarin being quite decent, and speaking of decent, here comes Yuki Kuni. Push on for the remaining 6 minutes, but for now, look at Nakarin he's been setting in the 152s. He's not been able to drop below the 151.96 he set earlier on in the session. At this pace, Nakarin can still be in the fight for the podium. Again, the fight for the victory is really tough now.
Yeah, looking at that, this if we extrapolate this, which of course we shouldn't, but it would be top of the box for Yuki, and then a really close battle between 4 or 5 other riders for the other podium positions. So we're going to be in for a good race.
Asman just set his personal best again, so he's slowly finding the feeling and improvements. So 154.128 for Kasper Daniel.
So Chiro and Hafiz on the best times. This was 0.9 of a second quicker on that fast lap he did in the first part of the earlier session, and then crashed almost immediately after it. Just riding there with Andy Farid. Of course, that was a slow one, but he's without a doubt a man with a plan.
.9 from Andy Farid, so consistency not too bad for Andy.
Yamaha, BMW, Honda. Honda. And then another Yamaha. It was Shota, and now it's Soichiro Minamoto, who's just done his best lap, 152.116.
Good from Soichiro. Now that Kasper Daniel there, he's been hunted down by Yuki. Behind Yuki is Aslan Shah, Kamarazaman. So he's just not looking as aggressive on the brakes as we're used to seeing him. It's just not the typical Aslan Shah.
No, when he's happy, comfortable with the bike, you can tell by the way he rides it. He rides it much looser, more aggressively than he is now.
Kasper, which has been passed by Yuki Kuni. Still trying to find improvements. He's got the hard front, medium rear. I think he might be one of the, if not the only, one of the few riders who's using the hard front still in these conditions. And Kasper there just backing off.
To an extent, you can understand the logic because of the hard braking here. Gives you some insight into what he's struggling with.
Could be for stability, could be for... I mean, they've done so many changes to the bike that maybe he just feels that might as well give it a shot and see what happens. But now Hafiz Sharin coming out surprisingly late. Just over 2 minutes left, so he'll have one flying lap and that's it.
Yeah, currently sitting down in 8th on 152.3, so the momentum that he created before his crash this morning seems to have evaporated for now. Got one more session this afternoon. Oh, and look at Soichiro up into 4th with 151.7. So, way to go, Soichiro. Brilliant from the Yamaha rider.
It's finally looking good for Yamaha Racing Team Asia. Soichiro putting in the good work, and on 51.7, that's not too far from Sho Nishimura in second. In fact, it's only half a second off Sho Nishimura's time. So at this pace, Soichiro would be well within a podium fight. And he fired as well. He set his fastest lap at 51.6. Now Aslan Shah trying to set a hot lap. Kasper Daniel and Hafiz Sharin will be starting his hot lap. Just about a minute.
Kasman's running there just behind Aslan. These two brilliant Malaysian riders, one senior, one emerging, or I have to say emerged, Kasper Daniel, but in something of a quandary with this Yamaha R1.
The good thing with Kasper, he's still young, he's 23, he's still got a bit of time on hands before he needs to really start putting those victories in, but we would have loved to see it now already after his debut season.
Yeah, he looks almost like stabbing at the corner. In Britain we say it's like a threepenny bit, which is an old coin with lots of edges on it.
Yeah. No,
but he's clearly not comfortable.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he can really roll into the turns. He's more just making it a sharp L 90-degree turn. It's not the cut. It's not. Knowing the way Kasper rides, it's not the way he would want to ride it. It's the way that he's having to adapt now. But Soichiro 51.560. I was just about to credit Kasper for 53 and Soichiro 51.5.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. So Soichiro Minamoto has definitely found the keys to Motegi in a way that his teammate has not as yet, and in a way that Aslan Shah has not as yet. He's also being led by his teammate Sho Nishimura. So really interesting. Lachlan Ipis just improved to 152.829. That puts him 9th, just behind Hafiz. There is Hafiz, number 55. Checkered flag is out now. As we said, he will only get one flying lap, so this would just be an experiment and perhaps something to work on for FP3.
There's a fast group that we have here in front of Hafiz. I believe that was either Nakarin or Andy. It's Andy. So Andy, Hafiz, and there's Yuki behind Hafiz. So three of some of the fastest riders in this category all bunched up here. But they have enough space between each other not to disturb one another. Below Yuki Kuni, Andy Farad, and Hafiz's timing on the bottom right of your screens. Hafiz really pinning the bike down. Yuki just rolling it smooth. Oh, it's a good lap. It's a very good lap coming in from Yuki Kuni, actually. Hafiz comes across the line. It's 51.9. Hafiz goes up into 6th. Yuki Kuni at 50.9. No improvements, but still so consistent is Yuki Kuni.
That would still have been the second best time of the session.
Exactly, and Sho Nishimura as well, 51.0. So Sho Nishimura closing down into a sub 151. Andy Farad as well, a 151.437. So improvements there. Oh my, Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, that's good. Really solid performances as well from all three Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo bikes. Andy 3rd, Zakwan 5th, and Nakarin 7th. So they're very much in the hunt for podium. Let's just take a look at those results as they flash up on our screen. Yuki Kuni was the fastest once again, 150.143 for the 20-year-old Japanese rider for STG Team Hawk Pro Honda. Sho Nishimura standing in for Marcus Reiterberger was 2nd. 3rd, Andy Farad is half. 4th, brilliant session from Soichiro Minamoto on the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia R1. Zakwan Zaidi, the brave Malaysian, in 5th. 6th, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. 7th, Nakarina Tiraphuvapat, and 8th, Shota Yokoyama. Another decent session from him. Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports was 9th. 10th, Aslan Shah. Hasn't found the key to Motegi yet this time. 11th, Paswit Titiwararak. Crashed early in the session and recovered. Kazma Daniel, Yamaha Techni Racing Team, 153.9. Still looking to solve the puzzle of Motegi. 13th, Chang Chi-ying for A-Racer. 14th, Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team. And 15th, Zhou Yu Zhou for Savitar ESG Team Asia. That was the second of 3 practice sessions that we have for you this afternoon. Sorry, today. FP1 was this morning, of course. And next up after this, we have the second free practice session for the Underbone 150s. They'll be out next time. Daniel is on his way down to see what he can find out in pit lane. As I look through my window towards the final turn and see the superbikes coming in. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back at 2:20 local time. That's in about 6 minutes from now with free practice 2 for the Underbone 150s. So stay with us. As you can see on the gantry there, this is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship round 3 from Mobility Resort Motegi. We'll see you soon.
So we're down here with Zakon Zaidi. Zakon, we know you're recovering from the double fracture on your hands, and we just want to know what's the update on your condition and how you're feeling so far this weekend.
Yeah, I think so far it's quite well. I can manage my pain in the practice, but I also try make some distance, also mileage. So far I feel, yeah, on the braking, sure I feel a bit pain. Difficult to stop bike because I have no strength in the finger, so I feel much pain actually. But yeah, I still can manage time and still not so far with the top group. And yeah, now I will to think the setup of the bike. Also, I'm just make some adjustment for make some more comfortable with my condition. And hopefully, yeah, we will see on the FP3. And I will try 100% for sure.
Thank you so much, Zakon. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
And it's the rumble of the underbones that leads us into the next session, which is free practice 2 for this category. It's the 9th, I think, session of the afternoon, 13 in total, and this will be the final session of the day for the underbones. And in addition to the normal hustle and bustle of free practice, what these riders have in mind is the qualifying sessions tomorrow. Qualifying is split up into a Q1 and a Q2, so of course everybody is aiming to get into Q2, which will be the fastest 10 riders on combined times from free practice 1 and free practice 2 today. And after that, the fastest 10 will go into Super Pole shootout for the first 10 places on the starting grid. So quite a lot to do for these underbone competitors. Fastest this morning with the really fast late lap was Idemitsu FIM for Racetech 60 racing team, new into that team for this year, alongside team owner and double champion Wayuaji Trilaksana. And Idemitsu FIM just trumped Giancarlo Maurizio at the end. Giancarlo had been on top of the timing screen for almost the whole session with an absolutely brilliant lap and put in really good pace as well. Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Philippines, the rider who really came of age in ARRC underbones, the last time out at Zhuhai with his first ever win. So he's made that transition from being a fast rider to a winning rider. Giancarlo Maurizio was really good all the way through that session this morning, and pace is what counts. You need the pace to keep you up near the front and in with a shout, and with so many straights here and hard braking areas, there's going to be loads of slipstreaming. And when they come out of the first turn, there's a very long run down to the finish line. It's going to be anybody's guess if there are 10 riders in the leading group. which is usually a minimum in the Underbone class. It could easily be the rider that enters the straight in 10th that wins. So it could be all about getting that timing right on the final run to the line. Meanwhile, these riders get on to their first flying laps. Coming through there is Alif Daniel Masri, the number 18. That you saw there. We also saw Nazarul Izzat. There he is with a big number 1 on the front of his bike. And problems already for John Emerson Ngita, the number 22. So let's see just what happened there. Not sure what happened to John Emerson. It looks like a mechanical failure early in the session. He's got 26 minutes left, so hopefully that can be fixed. He had a decent first session. He was 6th fastest with a time of 2:18.487. Fastest time to Aditya was 2:17.5. And there's Nazarul, number 1, and the number 33, Perez Putra. Just behind them, that's Alif Daniel Masri. Really nice colour scheme on that Yamaha. And here coming towards you is Fazrul Sham, the number 11, and his teammate. Sorry, that's not his teammate. So, oh yes, it is his teammate, I beg your pardon, Faraz Putra, number 11 and number 33. Should be able to remember those two numbers. 311s are 33. And this long drag towards the line is something that Nazarul Izzat is so good at doing. He took several wins last season by just coming out of the final corner at just the right time with just the right amount of drive to out-drag people from the line. Another group of riders sensibly just rode through pit lane because they're trying to find a bit of space on the track themselves. Trying to look at the bike. 4th in that group there. I think. No, it's not. I was just looking to see whether John Emerson Ngita had remounted, but he hadn't. That was actually Rekat Yusuf Fadilla. So that's the tunnel that goes between turns 5 and 6. Another one just between turns 11 and 12. Sorry, between turn 11 and 12. And it's good to see, looking at the number 17 bike there of Masato Fernando, is good. Oh, and down goes. This has been a rotten session for FIFAM Ran, the number 50 for JRT Pitts bike one way. He had a tumble in free practice 1 as well. He really needs to get that bike somehow back. There he goes. Just loses the rear, comes round. Can't control it, it's already gone. And he lands in the gravel for the 2nd time today. Trying to see where he ended up earlier today. Yeah, he ended up well down the order this morning after that. There's Dimas Juli at Moco with that strange tucking in method. He's riding for Team One for All. Looks like he's making a wider front to block the air, but who knows? We've got number 27 there, Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Philippines. Brilliant all morning, the best pace of any of the riders out there, which is well worth noting. slipstreaming so important here. We've got Faris Putra, Sato Fernando on that minty green Yamaha, just with them. Sato hasn't had the best start to the season. He's coming back after a few years away. But we know he's a really quick rider. He only picked up 2 points so far this season. And those two distinctive bright green machines belong to the team of not this rider, that's Aditya Fauzi, who was quickest this morning, but the one behind him, the number 60, Waiwaji Trelaksana. A simple yet brilliant piece of marketing to just paint your bikes a colour that is unmistakable, and you're guaranteed plenty of mentions, especially when you've got riders of this quality. An established champion and an up-and-coming exciting racer. And I just saw John Emerson Ingito, who we saw slow down on the side of the track earlier. He's just gone back out of pit lane. But it is Aditya Fauzi who's the quickest so far, with the best time of 2:17, which compares to 17.5. He's almost as quick as his best time this morning, which was 2:17.3. So Aditya Fauzi once again at the top. Giancarlo Maurizio once again near the top. Fahmi Bassam, as he did in this morning's session, jumps to the top for LFN H Putra 969. That's a 2:16.431. That's by far the fastest time we've seen today. Murabel Vitoni came in with a very fast time as well, 2:16.878. So now we have three riders, Aditya Fauzi being the other one, in the 2:16s. So this is a pattern we expected to emerge. We often see the early afternoon sessions produce the fastest times. So when we look back at combined times, probably most of the best ones will be set in this session. And what the riders are going to be looking for is to be in the fastest 10, so that they can go straight through to Q2 tomorrow morning in qualifying. Fifan Ran, who we saw crash earlier and hopefully is back in the pits. His best time is 2:18.9, currently sitting in 9th place. So we've got Akid Aziz for Pits Bike One Way JRT. Didn't really get things together this morning for whatever reasons we don't know. We know the quality of a kid, so something not quite right with the machine. It was a session to forget for JRT Pits Bike One Way, and once again Afifan Ran has crashed, but a kid is there. Best time currently 2:19. So still plenty of work to do for the Malaysian former champion. A kid, there he is at the front of that group, closely followed there by Fazrul Sham.
Elbow to elbow as we expect for the underbones there. Expect to see a lot of that in the race later on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, you can just see that happening as they get closer and closer. Let's take another look at that. There's a kid in the middle, just making contact there, just leaning into, we have to say, Aditya Fauzi right at the point they cross the line. "17
minutes left in this Underbone 150 Practice 2 session.
Yeah.
Right now, Fahmi Bassam, the fastest of the lot.
Yeah, Fahmi Bassam came up really fast. Giancarlo Maurizio, who was one of the fastest just a few minutes ago, now down in 7th. So the riders really taking this Q2 qualification seriously. A big gaggle of riders there. There must be at least 12 in that group. They're having a look around, trying to make a plan. I can see Rekat Yusuf Adila in there. I can see one of the Cardinals bikes. I'm not sure which one that is, but as we look at the front, Wayuaji Triloxana is at the front of that group. Ram Murabil. Also missing here, I've just done a double take. Daniel, April King Moscato.
He is missing, yeah.
Yeah.
Something that completely missed out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a rider on a mission, right at the front of that group, and keeping the hammer right down is Wayuaji.
We haven't can't find an actual update, but we will update you guys on April's whereabouts. But just looking at his social media, he's on recovery mode, he says, so must be recovering from an injury or something.
Yeah, he finished Zhuhai in good shape, as I remember. Ifan Ran is back out for pit spike one way, so that's good. That wasn't too much of a delay for him. We've still got half this session remaining, just under 15 minutes. And a lot of riders stopped at the midway point. So they're going to be taking a breather and making a plan for how to get into the fastest 10. Busy pit lane there. You can just see one of the, I think that's Giancarlo Maurizio's bike being wheeled back. So fresh tyres, refreshment for the riders. Meanwhile, back out on track, there is Masato Fernando. Just at the front there, he's in front of John Emerson and Guito. So the two Filipino riders running together. Plenty of talent in both of them. Some really good Filipino riders in this series. Number 23 just behind them is Gubita Krishna, familiar number 23. Didn't see too much of him this morning. A little way down the order. He'll be obviously wanting to get further to the top so that he can get in, go straight through to Q2. Yeah, in fact, Gubita was 19th on the 4S1M Evo Yamaha this morning, so a little bit out of sorts. And in this session, similarly, he's recorded no time yet. So there's John Emerson and Guito. Right in his wheel tracks is Masato Fernando. Just behind them is Gubita Krishna. Dimas Juliet Moko has just jumped up into second. That's for Team One for All, so that's good for him. The Indonesian riding for a Japanese team here, so a little bit of a home race. And Masato looking quick in that group. That's the second group you can see on your screen. right now, coming in to make that right turn. So we've got Fahmi Bassam, Dimas Julie, Murabul Vitoni, so 2 LFN machines in the top 3. Dimas Julie for Team One for All. His teammate Pirapong is in 6th. And the time to beat is 2:16.431, which was set a little earlier on his 3rd lap, in fact, by Fahmi Bassam. There's Jonathan Emerson Ngito slipping up inside his countryman, Misato Fernando. And running there together with them is Gubita Krishna, the number 23. Teammate of John Emerson Ngito. Looking down at pit lane, there's a little group of 4 about to rejoin. Pirapong Lumpeng is one of them.
Akaz is as well. They'll be coming out to try and find something better. Because right now the pace has gone up. 2:16.4, the fastest by Fahmi Bassam, which has come out now. So he's come back in.
Yeah, that was a good lap from Fahmi, and these 3 are working pretty hard together, so we should be able to see something from Gubita Krishna crossing the line now. That was 2:19 from Gubita. Doesn't quite lift him into the top 15 that we can see on our main screen.
A bunch of riders now coming up from pit lane. Robert Vitoni, Jafar Zireka, Yusuf, Pirapong.
Yeah, and Fahmi, number 222, fastest rider so far in this session. And indeed for the day, for the Underbones.
Coasting action going on there, tucking in, just trying to avoid looking slow, but still quite notable.
Yeah, whereas Putra just goes off on the, must be the MotoGP long lap section there. We don't use it in ARRC for any transgressions. You have to ride through pit lane if that's an appropriate penalty.
It would be interesting to see if they start implementing the long lap penalty eventually. I think the question is just whether how effective it is.
Yeah, it always seems a bit funny, and perhaps it's too easy to give that kind of penalty. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Same, yeah. I mean, especially in underbone class, if you were to take one long lap penalty, let's say if you were at the front of the group, take a long lap penalty, you will end up at the back of the group, and within a few turns you're already in the mix.
Yeah, true. So no significant changes for a while at the top, but now we're getting into the business end of the session. 8.5 minutes remaining. Crucially, only 10 of these 20, how many did you say, Daniel, earlier? 22 or 20 riders, 19 riders are going to get through to qualifying 2. The others will have a lot more work to do, but there are some there's some real quality riders there running at a pace that I could probably jog alongside.
Yeah, it's a lot of waiting about at this stage. It's only practice 2, but everyone already being very much competitor and looking to get the best out of the slipstream areas. This, of course, is a session that will separate them from qualifying 1 and qualifying 2.
Yeah, that's right. So they need to qualify in the top 10, and because the times in this session are generally quicker than they were in FP1, we're basically looking at what's on the timing screens here, I think. For those that make the cut, there are 2 that you'd be willing to bet on, Murabul Vitoni and Giancarlo Maurizio. Both absolutely brilliant, both race winners this year. lots of leading Filipino presence in this championship. Just keep an eye out when we see somebody start to push. It's going to happen soon, because these guys take well over 2 minutes to get around, and there are 6 minutes 40 seconds remaining.
I'm still the fastest in the Underbone 150 Practice 2. I think Fami right now, Fami down to Idemitsu FP2, you can say that they're pretty much safe for qualifying 2. It's just a matter of the rest. We want to see Akid Aziz at his brilliant best, so Akid's on a push. Afif as well, who missed out on the entirety of Practice 1 due to him crashing out on his opening lap.
Yeah, and a good chunk of Practice 2 because another crash. Yeah, while you were out, yeah. But recovered quickly this time, he didn't lose that much.
Bassam is getting behind Akid Aziz. Akid just going wide. I think he just wanted Fami to get side by side, but Fami choosing just to sit behind Akid. This is a rare side. Akid tucking down properly. It's very... He's been riding without tucking in for the past couple of seasons I've seen him, and now he's starting to actually tuck in. And with this small figure, that should help a little bit. But now we follow Akid Aziz, Shafiq Rosli. Behind them is Faris Putra, trying to get an advantage from here. Movement from the front there for Akid Aziz, but behind him, Shafiq's going to get great slipstream, and Faris as well. Follow them down the line, and it's not going to be an improvement for anyone here. A lot of coasting about.
Yeah, Shafiq and Faris Putra, yeah.
Backing off there was Akid.
Yeah, we often see the Underbones do this. They seem to leave it impossibly late. But you have to say, if you're a team manager and your rider was dawdling about with 4 minutes remaining and he failed to make the cut, I'd have a word. Definitely.
I mean, at this stage, I would think that the riders would just be like, okay, wherever I end up, this will be the best that I can do. I need the slipstream anyway, so if there's going to be a pack behind me, they'll be in front of me within a few turns. But yeah, sometimes this is the situation in Underbones. Everyone's just that much more competitive, and nobody wants anyone feeding off their slipstream.
Yeah, right outside the cut is Nazrul at the moment. So that's a surprise. Just sheer champion's pride should put him further up the order than that. Fazrul down in 12th, another surprise.
Silky move there from Murabil on his teammate Fami Bassam.
Just looking at the others there, Pirapong in good shape. Dimas Julie and Pirapong, both Team One for All riders. Looking pretty safe. Saw Murabil 157 go through there. Sato Fernando's leaving pit lane, and so is John Emerson and Guito. We saw them running together earlier. There's 3 minutes remaining, and the number 18 machine of
Alif Daniel. He's a replacement for April, that would be. Yep, it's riding for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippines. We will get an update on April King's condition and how long we can expect him to be sitting out for. Hopefully we'll see him back in Mandalika.
Yeah, absolutely.
As of right now, 2.5 minutes remaining. This should be, well, some of them might get another lap in this as well, so long as they don't start coasting about on this one.
Yeah, the riders looking most in danger are Akid Aziz, the brilliant Akid Aziz, and the brilliant Wayuaji. Just behind them, they've got Faris Putra for Cardinals, who's perfectly capable of overhauling them, and his teammate Fazrul Sham, and Nazrul down in 14th. So we should see some change in the order We should.
I can't imagine that Nazarov would want to sandbag in this session. I'm sure he would want to be much higher up. There's Akiraz is just sitting behind Aditya Fauzi. It looks like he's just trying to maintain in the slipstream. I think he knows Aditya's pace is good, so he just wants to stay there. So it looked like he could have overtaken a few times, but Akid just wanting to stick with Aditya. Might be a good decision, might be the complete wrong decision if Aditya's just holding back a little bit. Afif's in company there with them. I think Fami Bassam as well behind Afif.
Yeah, so many mind games in this. You just see these small, loud bikes and you think it's just mayhem, but there's so much mental competition going on here.
Fami Bassam just pushed Afif wide there. And yeah, Akid looking back sees number 222 behind him.
He's finding Aditya, who's safe, into Q2, and that in itself is dangerous. He's going ahead. Yeah, I mean Aditya is smart enough to realise that.
I mean, just imagine if Aditya thought, let me just act like I'm doing a pace, but knowingly that he's just going 3/4, 3/4, 3/4, and he could have just slowed down the whole group. Just brought everyone bunched up together once again. Murabil leading this pack behind them.
So it's a Kid Aziz we want to look at because he's currently in that crucial 10th position.
Ooh, I'm not sure if they're going to make it across the line. I think our kids group will make it across the line in time for another flying lap, should they choose to use it. They come across the line now. Akid Aziz, where does he go? Improve. He does not improve. Akid Aziz does not improve, but
he's down.
Murabil Vitoni goes up top.
And out comes the checkered flag. So all these guys have got one more bite at it.
Akid Aziz has gone down to 11, so Akid needs another flying lap, and Akid's, I think he's backed off. I think Akid has backed off on this lap, so that could be the story done for Akid Aziz, unless he can find something really special right now. Wayaji looks like he's trying to push on. He's gone up as well into 5th, so that's a good job from Wayaji.
And we can't see where Nazarul is, because he got bumped down to 15th. Can't see where he is on track.
Yeah, we have no indication that he's in pit lane, but as of right now, he's only done 2 laps. So
yeah, obviously a technical problem for the defending champion and championship leader. So he's got a bit of work to do in qualifying 1 tomorrow. No doubt they'll fix that bike overnight.
Watching where the pit bike riders are, and Akid Aziz has just gone back to this, just gone to the back of this group. So Afif as well. So neither of them are on a hot lap. They if it stands as it is, they will just make it into qualifying 2. But should this group in front of them improve, mind you, we have some good names here. We have Faris Putra, we have Amafazul Sham,
Shafiq,
Amir Arif Musa. He's another actually quite a strong rider with good experience, and he might just fancy a place in Q2.
It's Felix Putra coming through. Good bit of Krishna coming through.
Gupita 17th, so if
Yeah.
Gupita finds an improvement, he could just knock them off now.
We haven't seen anything from Gupita until now in this session. Got pretty wide on the exit to turn 12 there. 13, he was okay. 14, he's put it back together. Let's see, he's going to come across the line in just a few seconds.
John Emerson as well, he's behind them, so let's see what happens here. Cross line, Gupita Krishna goes 13, pushes Faris Putra down. But other than that, there has been no adjustments to the list, so for now, Akid Aziz and Afif Amran, they are safe for Q2, but just safe.
Yeah, that does it. That was the last group across, because they only just scraped across to get another lap in. So what you can see on the timing screen now is basically going to be your top 10 for tomorrow. We'll confirm that later on combined times. But right at the end there, it was Murabil Vitoni who jumped to the top with a 2:15.777. 771, sorry. And next best was Farming Bassam for Yamaha LFN HP 969, 216.4. Dimash Juliet Moko, great performance for Team One for All. In third, fourth, Aditya Fauzi, who topped the first session this morning. In fifth, and also through to qualifying two, Wayuachi Trilaksana, both those riders from Racetech 60. Raykat Yusuf, good performance for the SCK Honda Racing rider. Pirapong Lui Bumpeng, both Team One for All riders into Q2 as well. Giancarlo Maurizio, solid for to finish in 8th for Uma Racing. 9th was Shafiq Rosli, teammate of Nazarul, the champion and championship leader. 10th, Felix Putra, he was the last qualifier for Q2. Akid Aziz just missed out, P11 for him. Afif Amran crashed, recovered, but it wasn't enough, he was 12th. 13th, Gupita Krishna. 14th, Faris Putra for Cardinals. His teammate, Ahmed Fazrul Sham, was 15th. And 16th was John Emerson Ngito, we saw had a technical problem in that session. 17th was the number 1, Nazarul Izzat Bahauddin. 18th, Masato Fernando, looked as though he was having another good session, but it didn't quite work out. Amir Arif Musa for SCK was 19th, and 20th was Alice Daniel Asri for Uma Racing Philippines. So, breathless stuff, as ever, from the Underbone 150s. We're going to take a very short break now. Next up, at 3 o'clock local time, in other words, 5 minutes from now, we'll be back on track with the TVS Asia One Make Championship for their second free practice of the day. And like the Underbone 150s, they've got a Q2 to face tomorrow morning. So everything to play for as well in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Stay with us, we'll be back in just a few minutes. This is day 1 of round 3 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. For the second time today, we are ready to rumble, and we are rumbling with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. These 350cc single cylinder engines making that distinctive sound as these riders go off on their outlet. 15 bikes in this field. The bikes are given out at random, in a random way at each round. And I just noticed rumbling out of pit lane last, but definitely not least, is Hiroki Ono, who will make his own way around this very familiar to him Motegi circuit. Other riders with circuit knowledge include Zen Mitani, who led most of the session until the very last lap when Hiroki Ono did one of his specials. He's such a savage. He pulled out the fastest lap by some margin after sitting around in the middle of the pack for most of the session, then gradually working his way up, and final time around, bang, he took it. He did a time of 2:04.654, which was about 7/10 quicker than Zen, who had led the entire session before that. Good shot there of Motegi. Looking there at the mountains in the background, you can see the sky is clear, a little bit overcast. Now you can see it's a little bit breezy. Conditions have been like this all day, so apart from perhaps the breeze being a little bit too stiff, the conditions have been ideal. So a far cry from when we were in Zhuhai 6 weeks ago, when we had the tail end of a typhoon hitting us, and ultimately that led to race 2 being cancelled. So far this season we've had 3 races for each category rather than 4 as we would have done. Going through there was Ati Kangare, really promising Thai rider, the South Korean Kim Min-jae, and Sartik Chavan, the phenomenally quick Indian rider that has been thrilling us since he joined this series. By his standards, he had the quietest session possible. His fastest time was a 2:11.743. So problems for the young Indian this morning. Let's see whether he and his mechanic have been able to resolve that, and see what they'll do now. Ati Kangare, the number 9, Sartik Chavan, looking typically aggressive now. Sartak sitting 3rd in the championship with 40 points, and that is 35 behind Hiroki Ono, who has won every race so far, and on the form we saw earlier is probably going to do it again, but let's see. Zen Mitani has other ideas. Ramdan Rosli has been chasing him all season. Muzakir Mohammed is there to defend his championship, so let's see if anybody can break the stranglehold that Hiroki Ono has on this series. And he made his own way out. He exited pit lane about half a lap after everyone else, so we probably won't see him on screen for a while. Okay, so now we've got some flying laps coming in. Fastest, once again, as we saw through most of this morning's session, Zen Mitani, the wildcard rider, one of the leading riders in the Asia Talent Cup, along with Rishi Takahira. So those two are 1st and 2nd, and improving after a poor session this morning. Sartak Chavan has done a 2:08.4 to put himself back up where we would have expected to see him. Number 15 just going through there is the German rider Rocco Sessler, also been attracted to TVS from where he normally competes in the Northern Talent Cup. So TVS Asia giving experience on a different kind of bike at different circuits. Really important for these young riders. Now here's a surprise. Hiroki Ono has just jumped up to P2. That's something he doesn't normally do until the last few minutes of each session. So that might have been an accident on behalf of the Japanese veteran and champion-elect after just 3 races. He's well clear with his 75-point haul. He's a real breaker of hearts and spirits, is Hiroki Ono. He leaves every one of his runs till late. The races that he's won have generally been by tight margins, but he knows exactly how much to do and when to do it. It's absolutely brilliant to watch and absolutely ruthless. Number 17 going off to the side there, that is Zen Mitani. He comes into the pits, kind of a little chicane thing at pit entry. "13 minutes remaining in this session." Rocco Sessler, the German, has jumped up into third with a 2:07.6. The fastest time this morning, just to set the benchmark, because this is crucial, because the fastest 8 will go through to straight through to their second qualifying session tomorrow. So number 1, that belongs to Muzakir Mohammed, the 2023 champion. He's got the number 8 machine of Chirag Vishwanath just behind him. For the riders who competed last year, the numbers reflect their finishing positions. So Muzakir was the champion. Chirag finished 8th in the standings. The fastest time so far for Zen Mitani, 2:06.161. Fastest time set this morning by Zen was 2:05.3. And the fastest time set by Hiroki Ono was 2:04.65. So we're nowhere near the quickest times we've seen so far. That's Ati Kanger, exciting young Thai rider into this series, number 11. Number 14 there is Kim Min-jae, the South Korean. Just looking for any surprises. The big surprise this morning was Sartak Chavan being down in 13. And the number 13 on your screen there is Casey Clammer, sorry. Casey's best time this morning was 2:11.9. Ati Kanger's best time this morning was 2:08.9. So he's moving in the right direction with 11 minutes remaining in this session. Muzakir, defending champion, down in P9 currently. Almost 3 seconds off the fastest time of Zen. That's Ramdan Rosley going through there. We didn't see too much of him on screen this morning, but he has been the rider that's been taking the fight to Hiroki Ono in this 2024 season. The 3 races we've had so far. Number 3 is Vorapong Malahuan, the 2022 and inaugural champion for this series. He's running there with the number 4. It's Ramdan. He had a series of mechanical problems last year that spoiled his championship chances, hence the number 4, meaning he finished 4th in the standings. Kim Min-jae again, we're riding with the South Korean. Good to see another nationality in this series. Casey Clammer 13, Ati Kanger 11. Hiroki Ono is just riding through the pits once again. A man with a plan, no doubt. Let's see what that turns out to be. 9 minutes remaining, so plenty 2022 form, which was really strong. There is Hiroki Ono, the number 2, on his outlap. That number 2 denotes that he finished second in last year's championship, but he only joined it in round 3. So that shows some measure of the dominance that he had when he joined this series. He's only failed to win one race that he started, and that was a DNF. So nobody's actually beaten him. Zakia moves up a little bit. He's improved to 208.7. Riders at the top are remaining 3 Japanese riders. Just behind Hiroki Ono, who's the 3rd fastest of them currently, is Sartak Chavan. India's widely assumed to be star of the future. There goes Warapong, the number 3. Following him is Sartak, the number 9. Those two running together. So of the riders here, I think it is only the Japanese riders, the 1, 2, 3 that you can see at the top of the timing screen, that have been to Motegi before this weekend. Warapong, the number 3, currently on a 208.7. Casey Clammer following this reasonably quick group. That could be good for him. His best lap to a 10.3. He has the best lap of 209. So they slow up, so they're not going to give Casey a tow. In fact, Sartak and Casey and Ati come into the pits. So there are 6 minutes remaining, so this might just be a tactical ride through. I can see 2 of them have stopped. One of them, that is Casey, is riding straight through, so he's just looking to find himself some space on track. Sensibly done, because that means he doesn't slow down on track, which is something we don't like. It's really dangerous. Muzakia, number 1, currently on 208.7 and in P8, so just about clinging on to a place in qualifying 2, or qualifying 1B as they call it in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Warapong just outside in 9th. So looking at the times, Muzakia is in danger in number 8. Warapong is only a few tenths slower than him. Kewa Ahmed, we haven't seen too much of him, but that is definitely a helmet in Indian colours. The number 6, he was one of the best Indian riders of 2023. He finished up, he was the 2nd actually after Chiran. He finished 11th in the standings last year. So there goes Ramdan Rosli through the bottom of your screen there, number 4. Then it's Muzakia. Then it's Chiran. Good shot there of Muzakia coming under the final tunnel. And out of final corner, known as Victory Corner. Or, as you might say, win or bust corner. There's a rider that's just gone way off track, almost hit the wall. I can see from my commentary position. I can't see which bike that is. That might have been Irvin Exan, the Singaporean rider, I'm not sure. But somebody got well out of shape and did well not to hit the wall on the exit to that turn 14. Less than 4 minutes remaining, and here is Hiroki Ono. He's just moved himself up to second, behind Zen Mitani, which is what we saw him do this morning. So 3 minutes remaining. He should have another 2 flying laps, including this one. And you can see he's on a push lap now. The Japanese veteran, breaker of hearts, the breaker of spirits, the winner of almost every single TVS Asia One Make Championship race that he has started. And sure enough, he goes to the top with a 2:05.920. So we're into new territory again in terms of times. I beg your pardon, you got into 2:04s last time, so there's still more to go from Hiroki Ono. He currently sits 0.2 quicker than Zen Mitani. And he's still pushing, he's on his own. He looks very comfortable on that TVS RR Apache. Sliding without losing time. Those are great camera shots. You can see just how quick he's riding. So it looks unlikely whether he's going to better his best lap of this morning. But it looks very much like he is going to end up on top of this session once again. Tama lapping in the 2:10s. So reasonable pace there from the Filipino newcomer. But we can't take our eyes off this rider, Hiroki Ono. Is he going to do it again? He makes it exciting by leaving it so late. It breaks the heart of his competitors, but it's great entertainment for us. So let's watch him now, coming through. Nice, good pace, 2:05.852, so his fastest lap comes right at the end. It's not as quick as his best of the day. Sartak Chavan completes another lap. He's safely through to qualifying 1B tomorrow. There is Zen Mitani, number 17, he's completed a lap. He's in a comfortable second place, just ahead of Rishi Takahira. In fact, he's just over a second quicker than Rishi. Rishi is third. And then it's Sartak, the Indian, Rocco, the German, Ramban Rosley, the Malaysian, Vorapong, the Thai, Sharin, Indian, Muzakia, Malaysian, Deki, Indonesian, Kim Min Jae, Korean. So lots of nationalities here. I haven't included Filipino, Casey Klammer, and Irvin Exan, the Singaporean, in that list. So if I counted them up, that's quite a few different nationalities. Here comes Zen Mitani. Final push. He's going to be one of the final riders to cross the line. doesn't look as though he's going to trouble Hiroki Ono. Crossing the line now once again. It's Hiroki Ono. He hasn't bettered his time, but it was a very good pace again. 2:05.75. So we know what he's capable of. Zen Mitani comes up to cross the line for the final time. Let's see what he's pulled off this time. 2:06.3. So again, really good pace from both those Japanese riders. They seem to have pace advantage on Ryuichi Takahira, another of the young Japanese here. And the best of the rest, Sartak Chavan, exciting young Indian rider. And then Rocco Sesta. Will have a look at the results in just a few moments. 2022 champion and TVS Asia One Make Championship project leader Vorapong Malahuan is 7th. The defending champion was Akir 9th. No change in the order as they crossed the line. I think on that last lap there was a double yellow showing between turns 10 and 11. So that would have just taken the edge off the speed there, but there it is, confirmed. Hiroki Ono, the Japanese rider, here at his home circuit in Mobility Resort Motegi on 2:05.75. Zen Mitani, the brilliant young Japanese rider, on 2:06.13 in P2. 3rd, Rishi Takahira. 4th, Sartak Chavan, fastest Indian. 5th, Rocco Sesta. 6th, Ramdan Rosli. 7th, Vorapong Malahuan. 8th, Chiran Vishwanath. And 9th, defending champion was Akia Mohammed. 10th, Ekitiano Aldi. 11th, Kim Min Jae. 12th, Ati Kanger, further down the order than he might have expected. And 12th, 13th, Casey Klammer. 14th, KY Ahmed. And 15th, Irvin Eksan. The Singaporean rider, best time of 2:12. So that completes the second and final free practice session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship on combined times. The fastest 8 will go through to qualifying 1B tomorrow, and the rest will join in qualifying 1A. So next up will be the final 3 sessions of the AP250s, the Super Sports and ASP 1000. And while we wait for that, we're going to go down to Daniel, who's in pit lane.
We're down here at the LFN HP 969 garage with Felix Putra. So Felix, the last time we saw you last season, you were a wildcard in the 250s. This season, you've come in for a full season. Last time in Zhuhai, a P9 and a P8. And this time round for this weekend in Motegi, what is your target?
Yeah, in this round, my target, I want to be on the podium.
How have you found how have you found adapting to the Underbone 150 class? Has it been an easy process?
Yeah, so hard.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend, and we can't wait to see you back in Mandalika as well, where we saw you debut. Thank you. Down here with Hiroki Ono. Hiroki, it's a hat-trick of victories already for you this season, and it's a home weekend for you. But at the same time, Richie Takeda and Zemitani are looking strong as well. Do you think it's going to be easy, or will it be tougher this time around for you?
Yeah, now day one done. My feeling so well. Also FP1 to FP2, I big improve. But this weekend joined Zemitani, you know, this is this guy, All Japan Championship, my teammate. Also, he make a ATC already win. Yeah, I think this weekend very tough, and but I won a good fight for the Zen. But no, I don't wanna take a risk. Important for the championship. I get a sure point.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Good luck for tomorrow, and we can't wait to see what you do this weekend.
Thank you.
lights at the end of pit lane turn green, and out onto the track for the third and final time of the day go the AP250s. We are here at the magnificent mobility resort Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. The weather has been pretty much perfect. Breeze may be a little stiffer than some would like, but it's been a really good day out on track. You can see a few of the riders there going off on the MotoGP long lap penalty road, just to give themselves a little bit of room, which has got to be a better plan than slowing down on or anywhere near the racing line. So we have this time out. Pretty healthy field here, 25 riders in this AP250 field. Fastest so far, and very little to choose between them. In free practice 1 was Ferozi Torokatula, and in free practice 2 was Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda. So almost identical times, 2:08.9s for the two Indonesians, the young Kiandra and slightly more experienced Ferozi. Beautiful shot there, gives you some kind of perspective of how gorgeous this Motegi circuit is. Originally established in 1997 and called Twin Ring because it had this road racing circuit as well as an oval which was there to attract IndyCar racing. The oval track unfortunately suffered earthquake damage, so is not anymore in use, but this Motegi circuit of course very much is. Number 21 there is Deandra, aboard one of the two flying, screaming Kawasaki's, Motor Sniper Tech, Manual Tech Kawasaki's. And we have some really good wildcards in the mix as well. In the second free practice session we saw Ryuji Yoko for Team Tech 2 and Moto Tech set the second fastest time. And also Ryuto Ogiwara, also very quick, 6th fastest, ahead of established stars like Herjan Atner, championship leader, Cal Vietnam, and Sharifuddin Azman. So the wildcards really getting amongst it. The standard of racing, domestic racing in Japan, in the All Japan Championships, is really, really high level, comparable indeed to Moto America or British Superbike. So when they put in wildcards, those wildcards are really a force to be reckoned with. Again, you can see this really great sweeping part of the circuit in the second sector. Curves snake around, and in other sections, which Motegi is perhaps better known for, is the very fast straights and very heavy braking for sharp turns at the end. Here is the number 65, Cal Vietnam, number 25, Watcherin Timon, number 62. Number 62 is one of the wild cards, so please bear with me. And I can't even find. Oh, that was. I was looking too far down. That was Yoko. The best of the wild cards so far today. So there he is, running with two very quick riders there. Herjan Atner, championship favourite, and with the lead that he's got in the championship, has earned himself an equaliser, which means a rev cut, so he's limited to 13,000 RPM, so that slowed him down a little bit as well, so he's having to work really hard. He's a tall rider as well, Herjan, so where there's a lot of slipstreaming involved, then he's got kind of a double challenge outpacing him. There he is. No, sorry, that's number 40, not number 46, but the number 46 is Hergen. 63 going through, there is Sharifuddin, former Moto3 rider, returning to ARRC and getting used to riding production bikes again. But a big group there of wildcards, all showing their way around, because most of the regular ARRC riders have not been here before. There goes Yoko, the number 62. There's 212, fastest in free practice 2. Kiandra leading his teammate and championship leader Hergen Atner. That's through the second of the 2 tunnels here. This is the final complex. Go right at the final turn, and then onto the straight, and then a long run through to the start-finish line. They lifted themselves up into second and third that time around. The quicker was Hergen Atner, benefiting from the slipstream on the way in, so he's on a best time of 209.362. That would be a pretty good race pace. Fastest so far is another wildcard, Yuta Date. So he's 209.261. Fastest time earlier in the day in both sessions was 208.9. So the 2 Astra Honda entries for this class. There are just 2 this year. We're used to seeing 3 in previous years. They've reallocated resources to 600s. They now have, Astra Honda now have 2 riders in the 600 class. These 2 running together in a very familiar style that we expect from Astra Honda. Hergen at the front, although you might expect his young teammate Kiandra, who is just 15 years old, to take the lead, because Hergen is going to need a tow. He's going to need a slipstream because of his physical size, because of his race, his rev cut. But a little untidy there. That wasn't Astra Honda style as we are used to it. Almost got tangled up, but no harm done. You can see that Kiandra barely has to tuck down behind the bubble there, unlike his teammate. I'm impressed by the way that Hergen Atner has responded to the challenges that he's faced this year, not just the particular rev cut that he's been saddled with, which starts this round, but also the equalization of the bikes. We have Hondas, we have Yamahas, we have Kawasaki's. So the Honda TVR 250 RR, which was basically built for this series, and it's a gorgeous bike and a real showpiece to have in your collection. And they were running the Yamaha R25s that were basically made for this series, but now they're running the R3 300cc, but the regulations have equalized out the capacity and performance differentials. That's before we even mention the Kawasaki's. Kawasaki R25 has 4 cylinders, which we've already been talking about quite a lot in the context of the relative speed advantages and braking disadvantages, because the bike is around 25 kilograms heavier than the Yamaha or the Honda. Looking at the timing screens now that we are 10 minutes into this session, Rosie Torokatula, who topped this first session this morning, it's on a 208.531, which I'm certain, without looking, is the fastest time that we've seen today in the AP250 category. Hergen Atner, impressive for him. He's half a second slower, carrying those disadvantages. on a 2:09. And Utadate for now the quickest wild card. Previously it was Yoko. He's in P3 on a 2:09.2. Rosie's teammate Arayagaska is in P4 and 5th, Cal Vietnam. And it's Astra Honda's Kiandra Ramadipa, Bunsu Honda's Sharifuddin Azman, and Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki's Aiki Iyoshi. Kiandra just lifted himself up into P2.
Kiandra doing a good job. He topped practice 2 in the session before this, a 2:08.9. That benchmark has been lifted to a 2:08.5 from Ferozi. We do expect Ferozi to be where he is. He's been a star performer this season ever since they've gotten that brand new Yamaha R3 machinery into this class. And as Cal Vietnam was making the most of this session as well. He's found himself in 6th currently, a 2:09.385, his best lap on the last one. 2:09.6 on this one. Utadate going up to 2nd. Aiki Yoshi going up into 5th. Had a chat with Aiki and he said, yes, the struggle is definitely that weight. And against the others in class, he is lugging and carrying about 20 plus kilos. So, oh, someone's gone down there. That's one of the Honda Racing India bikes. I think that's Mohsin Paramba. I'm not too certain, but he is walking away from that.
Yeah, if that's the 17, yes it is, Mohsin.
Oh, it's a fast place to crash. It's turn 1. We've seen a lot of people going hot into turn 1.
Yeah, it's a real challenge because turn 1 and turn 2 basically run together. So now he goes on the weightlifting test. He almost got there. Okay, can't do it, so arms out pleading for help from one of those magnificent trucks that they've got here for going across and dragging people out of the gravel. A couple of bikes coming out of pit lane now. That's Deandra for Motul Sniper Manual Tech and Watcherin Timon. Watcherin we saw crash late in the second session at turn 14, the final turn. Looked like quite a nasty bounce along the rumble strip on the curb and tore up a bit of turf, but good to see him back out again. Arayagaska back up into 4th as well, so continuing really good performance from both Yamaha riders. Fonsi Keegan comes up into 15th. And there is Alfonsi riding for SDG. Nice, smooth, confident slide.
So now yellow flags and the yellow lights being flashed there for where Mohsin Paramban went down.
So the riders all stay nicely in train. No overtaking, of course, under yellow flags. So everybody behaving themselves well. Yeah, yellow lights also showing on the start line. All riders as they approach turn 1.
So right now we just crossed over 15 minutes left for practice 3 for the AP250 class.
And look at that, sorry Daniel, Arayagaska has leapfrogged his teammate and leapfrogged 3 other riders actually. Utadate, Kiandra and Ferozi to put himself fastest on a 2:08.2. Impressive stuff from the young Indonesian.
2 young Indonesians, that is Kiandra and Arayagaska.
Absolutely, yeah, the two youngsters at the top, yeah. Brilliant stuff. Cal Vietnam coming back out. Took his first win last time out in Zhuhai. The only race we had that weekend. It was controversial, but a joyous victory for him. Controversial because Persian Atna and Ferozi took themselves offline. on the run into the finish line out of the final turn. And we dropped a place each for the infraction. So that handed the win to Cao Vietnam, who's been knocking on the door for a while. So very few people would take anything away from him for that. Number 27 there going through is Warwick Tongnokbakun. He's got Ferozi breathing all over him, I do believe. Yeah, Ferozi 36 and Aikiyoshi 37. So there you have Honda, Yamaha and Kawasaki. It'd be good to watch these three if we can, running together and just look for some comparisons. We already noticed earlier that Aiki was braking earlier, but he looks pretty bold there on the inside of, yeah, looks pretty bold on the inside there of Warwick. And he's muscling up inside Ferozi as well.
Oh, that was properly wheel to wheel there. Aiki really just having to push his absolute hardest to get this X25R around this track this quick.
Yeah, he needs the corner speed. That's why he just kept pushing on the racing line. But anyway, it was all to no avail because they've eased right off. But here is the fastest rider in the session so far, Arayagaska. I first saw him in ARRC in Mandalika last year, where he won the Underbone 150 race. Looking at who else we've got here. We've got some wild cards. That's Yoko, number 62. Number 12. Number 12 is Ogiwara, Ryoto Ogiwara. So another of these really competitive wild cards. Number 25, Sharin, just trundling down next to the white line. Arayagaska keeping the pressure on. He comes through the final complex.
They're going really aggressive on the exit. Team just improves the lap time by means, and then comes across now another 208.8 for Arai. Ferozi on the last lap, 208.4. Arai going in hot then to turn 1, so he backs off in the next lap.
Yeah, still showing really good pace though, and it's just interesting to watch Arai. He is one of those riders that's kept it going. Sharifuddin coming into the pits. I think Yamaha just further beyond there.
Vietnam, he looks like he's riding alone for now. Coming up over that hill to the downhill portion of this beautiful Motegi mobility resort. Ooh,
yeah,
snap there as he slides it down.
Yeah, and that's a really good illustration of the challenge coming down that hill into that's turn 5. It's very difficult to get it right, hard braking downhill.
And now comes across a 210.073. There's a replay of what happened to Cao Vietnam. That rear kicked out and snapped back a bit faster than he would have wanted, and losing the rear like that over there, it's really going to shake you up a bit.
Yeah, that's it, but he'll keep going. He's established himself as a front runner in AP250. He was always knocking on the door for the last few seasons. This season, he's there. And then we see Hu Tri, another of the Vietnamese, leaving pit lane. So he's going to rejoin. Hu Tri was 17th quickest this morning with a 2:12. Ogiwara, I beg his pardon. I'm going to get thrown out of Japan. Yuta Date. And there is Kiandra Ramadipa. Brilliant young Indonesian. Another couple of wild cards leaving pit lane shortly. Kiandra's best time just 19 thousandths of a second slower than his young compatriot and rival, Arai Gaska. So if you want proof of the equalisation deployed in the regulations, there it is. Two brilliant young Indonesians separated by just a few thousandths of a second.
Philip Kiandra now in second place. He's 0.019 away from Arai Gaska. He set his personal best on the last lap. Ooh. Looks like Kiandra's coming back into pit lane with just under 8 minutes left. Still out on track are the two Japanese wildcards, Yuta Date and Ryota Ogiwara. Been lapping around this Motegi circuit quite well.
Tonan Pu at the front of that group there, another Vietnamese rider. He's got Alphonse Bekegan behind him.
Alphonse makes his way around the last turn. Currently sits in 12th at his fastest lap on the last one. 2 minute 10.492. Nguyen Tonan Pu goes up into 10th.
Yeah, he was looking good last time we saw him on camera. And that rumble you just heard was the twin Yamahas of Arai Gaska and Torikatula going out. So they're going to do one final run with just under 7 minutes remaining. There is Deandra on the Kawasaki and Irfan Haikal on the Honda. Just losing his way a little bit.
Irfan's not doing too bad of a job. He's found himself in 12th, 1.9 away from the top there where Arai Gaska has set the fastest lap time.
Date currently in P4, is in pit lane. There they are, these two are on an outlap.
Look at the way Arai Gaska rides that bike. It's just really hanging off the bike and really, really aggressive riding style for a 250.
Yeah, so they're on a mission, these two.
Sorry, I was just going to mention that you can see, oh, someone's gone down there, turn 1 as well. Sorry, that turn 4, I believe. It's one of the
4 is left hand, yeah.
The Honda Vietnam riders. Nguyen Tonan Pu, who just has been setting in a decent pace, and it's unfortunate for him.
We got Deandra on the Kawasaki, sandwiched now by these two Yamaha Racing Indonesia. These two brilliant riders. So a lap to complete here. This is the outlap for the two Yamahas. They've got just under 5 minutes remaining, so they're probably going to get in another 3 flying laps. Just looking for anything else of note on the timing screen. Griffithine Asman down in 9th. That's probably worth noting, in not such a good way. He should be quicker. Deandra just going out again from pit lane, so he's going to get another couple of laps in.
Yeah, I wonder if it's Sheriff and Asman's issue here is more of just not finding the right setup, because again, he's someone who's had experience here in Motegi on Moto3 machineries. So he's one of the few that has experience here. Herjun, another one from Asian Talent Cup, but that was in 2019. Sharin Azman just fresh off it in 2023. So it's interesting as to why Sharin Azman struggling here a bit, but perhaps tomorrow we'll see some better results for Sharin Azman.
Just watching there, some very aggressive move, and I think he might be on an outlap from number 64, Yuta Date, who just mugged Deandra on the Kawasaki well and truly, and then ran off.
Now this is Ferozi and Arai Gaska, right in front of Ferozi. They're on a hot lap, running as a pair, and they've gone past that group behind them with ease, so this should be a really good one coming in from them. Wait, Arai rides this 250, this Yamaha R3. It's really good. He looks so comfortable on this bike. He's just really found that zone, that special rhythm. It's a 208.5 from Arai. Sorry, 208.213 from Arai. So that's his personal best and the best of the session.
Yeah, he was just a couple of tenths quicker there than his teammate Ferozi. So Arai Gaska reinforces his position at the top, and Herjun Atner, credit to him, is only 500ths of a second off Arai Gaska's time, and just behind his teammate Keandra. So the gap between the top 5 or 6 riders is really tight, and among those you've got two really good wild cards. I don't know what's happened to Yoko, but he looked really as though he was going to be in the mix earlier. So there are probably 3 wild cards that are really going to set things alight. So in this late stage, we've got yellow flag showing between turns 9 and 10.
Yeah, I think that will be the crash of Tonapu. There's Alex Herjun just trying to get past Bayar Marcos Suba. So it must have been Kendra. It's Herjun now. He's finding himself behind Ryuji Yoko.
Yep, there is Yoko. We know from the earlier sessions he's good. So Yoko holding on well to the championship leader, Herjun Atner. Currently 3rd fastest. Yoko currently 12th, although was very much quicker earlier today. Yoko holding on. Now Herjun Atner goes to the top with that lap, the 208.159, so he's just 5.054, edges out Arai Gaska on the Yamaha, and the checkered flag is coming out now. So the question is whether Arai Gaska on the very last time round can do anything about that.
What a time from Herjun now, 208.159 despite the rev cut.
That's quality, isn't it?
Such a hard worker.
And he didn't have a toe.
Exactly, that's makes it even more impressive.
There's Cal Vietnam being tracked across the line by Aiki Iyoshi, who lifts himself up to 8th, Cal Vietnam 9th.
And Azman as well finding late improvements at 209.093. He goes up in 7th. It's more like it from the ex-Malaysian Moto3 rider. That's actually his
And
fastest.
yeah, sorry, Daniel. Here's a little group coming through, but I think probably they're going to slow each other up. I doubt whether this is going to make any difference. Got Alfonsi there at the front, and then you've got Aragaska, Frozi Torokatula just behind. And then Irfan Haikal and Deandra a few bike lengths back from them. So I doubt whether this is going to change the order.
Sharin Azman on the last lap actually improved his lap time by nearly 0.9 seconds, but yeah, there we go. Aragaska just sitting up to come across the line. That wasn't going to be an improving lap for them.
Yeah, so no change in the order as expected. So impressive stuff from Herjan Atna.
Absolutely.
And it shows the quality and the character of the rider that he's doing this against, you know, with 1 or 2 odds being stacked against him. Astra Honda are going to be really pleased with his performance as well. As Watcherin, number 25, goes through for East NJT Racing Team. So that is the end of the AP250 third free practice session of the day. Next time we see them on track, it will be for qualifying tomorrow morning, when all 25 bikes will be on track. There's no qualifying 1 or 2 for this class. There'll be all 25 out for the whole qualifying session, competing for grid positions.
This is what the results look like for the AP250 Practice 3 fastest in this session. In this session, Herjan Atna, Fred Dawson 208.159. Aragaska, the young Indonesian talent, second. Kiana Ramadipa, another young Indonesian talent, in third. Marozi in fourth. Yuta Date, one of the wildcards, in fifth. Another wildcard in sixth is Ryota Ogiwara, followed by Sharfuddin Azman and Aiki Yoshi. In ninth is Cal Vietnam, 10th Irfan Haikal, 11th Nguyen Nampu, who we saw had a late fall in that session. Ryuji Yoko, who's been fast, but in this session 12th, he's one of the wildcards as well. 13th Alfonsi Ray Santos de Kriegen, 14th Warit Tongnak Pakun, 15th Deandra Trihadika, 16th is Piawa Patumyo, 17th Nguyen Hu Tri, 18th is Gao Tse Ang, 19th Watchrin Tuptimon, 20th Ray R Marcos Suba, 21st Wang Jiadong, 22nd Kamin Samar Kinto, 23rd is Mohsin Paramban, 24th Shun Cheng Zhang, and the 25th Leong Nang Se.
So that wraps it for AP250s. As I said, we will see them again on track for qualifying tomorrow, but we're not done today. We have 2 more sessions coming up for Supersport 600 and for ASB 1000. So stay with us. We will be taking a short break and coming back in about 6 minutes from now at 4:10 local time in the afternoon here at Motegi for the third and final free practice session of the day for Supersport 600s. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to Friday afternoon here at Mobility Resort Motegi. It's free practice day for this third round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We have 2 more sessions for you, and you are not going to want to miss these. They're both competitive, full of intrigue, and plenty of talking points. So, coming out now as the flag marshal waves the green flag and the green light flashes in pit lane are the Supersport 600s for their third and final session of the day. We've seen quite a lot of cloud here. Just looking at the background there, you can see that the cloud has mostly burned off, even though it's quite late in the afternoon at 4:10 local time. And the conditions have been really good, just a little breeze. You spotted the flags fluttering, that would tell you, but these riders here are on their outlaps. So what has happened in the first 2 rounds? Well, the first 2 sessions, I'm sorry, is that in the first session, AP250 Practice, the championship leader, was the quickest. And in the second session, for Team Ken was Kengo Nagao, the wildcard. And running pretty close to him was Azroy Hakim Anwar. And we also saw good performances from Adinata Putra, from Helmi Asman, from Kiatisak, and Grace Danica, although he came quite late in the second session, but he had a decent first session. So these riders are now flying. First one across the line there was Rei Matsuoka, who's standing in for the injured Andy Fadley, who's been away for far too long. So Andy, if you're listening, please get well. And getting all out of shape there was Vega Ega Pratama. He really got a good shaking then. If we see that again at some point, you'll see exactly why. Here we go. He's got his foot down. He's got a real wobble on there. So an early tank slapper for Veda. Got his arms and shoulders nicely warmed up and his heart pumping. There he is. Shrugged it off already. Azroy has also been good for Bunsu Honda. Both the Bunsu Honda riders have looked strong and on the pace. AP250 was really good in the first session and just tailed off a bit in the second session. Didn't really have the answers for Kengo and Azroy and Adinanta.
They're just taking a look back there to see who's behind him. You see some hard charging riders. Rei Matsuoka behind him.
Yeah, Ray had quite a decent session, I think, for a stand-in rider earlier. Just going to check both practice sessions because they were quite different in terms of times and who did what. So fastest time was 1:55.3 in FP1 and FP2. FP2 was 1:54.4, so a full second knocked off by Kengo Nagao.
Yeah, Kengo Nagao looking like the man to beat this weekend so far. The results that we've had speak for anything, and right now there's AP250. He'll be looking to have a quick response in this session. The sun has come out for practice 3.
Yeah, it has. Nice late afternoon sun. This can be a difficult season for weather in this part of Japan, I'm told, but no forecast of anything dodgy this weekend, so hopefully we will just see lots of nice dry racing in these pretty much perfect conditions. Perfect for riders, perfect for tyres. I know you commented earlier that Yuki Kuni wasn't wearing an ice pack like he normally does, and then I realised, well, that's because it's not very hot here. And there is Reza Danica, who's making good progress since stepping up from 250s as the champion to 600s. Reza was 7th this morning, 155.9 was his best time. That time not being approached yet. Not being approached, but not beaten yet.
Kengo is kissing those lines sweetly and really making this look easy.
Yeah, he's got a really, really nice style. He just uses enough of the rumble strip not to upset the bike. Real precision stuff. So it's worth riding with this Japanese wild card.
He's about 29 years old this year. He's 28 now. So he's well in his prime for racing. Yeah, he's just riding those lines absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, so 154.9 just been done by Adinanta Putra, who I've been impressed by the last couple of rounds. Well, this year really. He looks really good.
Yeah, it's a good early time from Adinanta. His best in practice 2 was a 154.8, so nearly matching that, and still have 22.5 minutes to go. For now, here's Kengo Nagao. Around the last turn, Kengo comes. Try to refrain from saying Kengo goes.
Yeah, it's difficult not to, but I think that's part of the pun with his team name.
Yep.
Ken team, Ken go.
And Ken does go up onto the top, 154.485. So that's another great lap time from Kengo.
That's it. You've had, that was your free pun on Kengo. It's $5 after each subsequent one. I've already done 2, so I already have to put $5 in the kitty. Ken go all the way. That's $10. There's Rei Matsuoka, doing a respectable standing job. He's got his teammate, his replacement, but Wayu Nugroho's a full-time rider in that team. We need to see a little bit more from Wayu Nugroho, who started really promisingly in this category. So last lap was a 155.858 from him. So heading in the right direction. Best time earlier was 156.7. So he's improving. Can go at the top. Here comes Apiwa. He needs to find a few answers.
Apiwa there is definitely going back into pit lane. I think he wants to make some adjustments for the final portion of this session. It's not been the easiest of weekends for Apiwa, but he looks strong going into practice 2.
Yeah, he'll work progressively at this.
Yes, Helmi Osman just coming through the heat haze. Helmi currently sits 4th, his best lap time so far, 55.050. And that's actually his best lap time of the weekend so far.
Yeah, I think his pace has been pretty decent. Roy just got the edge on him at the moment.
A snap from the rear there for Helmi Osman. For Helmi now on this lap. Should still be a decent lap despite that little whiplash from the rear tire. Sliding the rear is how Helmi likes to ride, and now we follow him into the last portion. Sorry, I thought that was the last tunnel. It's the first tunnel.
Yeah, first tunnel, so that takes him into turn 5. Turn 5. Oh, there's my map with my scroll on it. Yeah. Turn 5, then it's the first bridge, then it's turn 6. The right, sweeping right-hander. And that is the start of this really nice flowing section. Really from turn 5 round to all the way up to turn 10. Really nice flowing part of the track. And that's the challenging stop and go sections too. So there goes Helmy down the hill into turn 5. Through the tunnel into turn 6, the right-hander. Oh, no he doesn't, that was the second one, so now I got the tunnel wrong. Can't we just have one tunnel?
It's another 55-0 from Helmy Osman, so he's looking quick and consistent now.
Yeah, that was spot on the same time as last time around.
Great work for Helmy. This might be just race rhythm at the same time at a higher pace for Helmy. And to be fair, if he can completely missed out on the fact that Kengo has gone 153.7.
Fantastic stuff from the wild card.
That's the first 153 we've seen this weekend, and who else could it come for other than Kengo?
Well, that's it, and he's on a Yamaha. So that again, we think the Hondas are going to be favoured here. But that combination of Kengo and the Yamaha R6, and what Team Ken have done, I don't know if he's the team owner, we should find out more about him. And the ever brilliant Azroy Anwar on your screen now. He's got Kengo coming up behind him, so this is interesting. Azroy currently third on 154.9. It's almost 1.2 seconds slower than Kengo's best time.
So Kengo, Nagao, and Azroy Kimano are in front of him. Azroy currently sits third. Ferdinand Puccio improving up into second. Here's Kengo there, riding the bike a bit loose into that downhill section. This is the final.
Oh, look at him sweep through there, so confident. Final turn, stands it up. Again, just precise use of the rumble strip, just enough.
Not an improvement, but it's still the fastest lap time on the track.
Yeah, still below 154s. Yeah, nobody else has done that. He's got Azroy in his sights, so just be a good gap to watch.
Azroy with the personal best on that lap, actually 154.853, and you can see Kengo is closing the gap down to Azroy, so that's just the pace, the extra pace that Kengo has.
We're looking at the very distinctive number 1, 2, 3 of Racing Danica RNs, currently sitting 12th. Not sure whether he's got a problem, whether he's coming in.
Apicos has come up from pit lane, so he'll be heading up for his second run in practice 3. As the sun sets, the sun does set quite early here in this part of Japan. By 4:20 we expect sunset.
Yeah, this is the land of the rising sun, not the setting sun.
I do apologize, it's not 4:20 for sunset here in Motegi. Just looking at the clock wrong, it's 6:56 is sunset here in Tochigi.
Yeah, that makes sense, because we're almost on the same latitude as France, maybe, something like that. Without looking at a flat map of the world. Yeah, we're looking at Helmy now. He's being shadowed by Kiatisak. Helmy currently best time 154.9. Kiatisak 55.8. So they keep out of each other's way, but Kiatisak edges in front. They go through to turn 5. It's turn 6. Last up towards turn 7, which is left. Here we go for Kiatisak.
Azura has improved to 154.6. Asma as well has improved. Danat has improved. McKinley Carpez has improved. Much better for McKinley Carpez. He's found himself up into 6th place for this session.
Yeah, it is good from him. Yeah, 2 Thai Hondas, Kiatisak and Tanat, making good progress. They're going to be pleased with that. Tanat basically missed the first session. Kinley Carpaz just stoppied his way into his pit, closely followed by teammate Apiwat. The break from them with just under 13 minutes remaining before the checkered flag.
And Apiwat's just only come out from pit lane on the last lap, so I guess Apiwat not finding what he needs to yet. Oof, going really wide there.
Yeah, that is, what is that? Is that turn 10? They're at turn 10 or turn 13. That's where they've got the runoff. Turns 4, 10, and under the bridge before turn 13. Scratchy notes were what I made in Riders briefing yesterday.
Nanta Putra on screen now, currently sitting in 3rd place. I think 2nd for a while, and then Azroy improved his lap times. To the final tunnel goes Adinanta Putra. What double lap? Oh, okay. So
and he comes. Yeah.
Looked like a push lap, but back to pit lane it is for Adinanta Putra. After a decent session so far for him.
Yeah, there'll be one more stint for him. Kenga has a lead still of more than 0.9.
To the frame there's Azrai. Just pushing the bike really wide. You can see the front tire just trying to have a bit of grip. Struggling to keep the grip. Gonna be a real crucial area for the final battles going into the race 1 tomorrow and race 2 on Sunday.
Yeah, that was a 154.893 for Azroy, so again, that's good pace.
An image we haven't seen in a while. Azroy and Helmi working together.
Yeah, very true. Shinya Mikami not had such a good session. Love the colour scheme on that bike though.
Yeah, it's really unique, and they've designed it well with the suit as well.
Yeah, yeah. Often you see the suits like left over from last season.
Yeah, and I'm just noticing that even the helmet is with a similar design, so really nice looking outfit that they have for Shinya Mikami.
Yeah, and big shout therefore for Tyra Promote Racing for getting that so right. Really does make a difference and looks fantastic, especially in this beautiful late afternoon sunlight. So now we've got less than 10 minutes remaining.
Apiwas has come out of pit lane again for his 3rd run.
goes Shinya. Out comes Apiwat, so let's see if he's got some answers. They're going to have some fantastic photos in their team headquarters.
Right now, just under 9 minutes remaining. Helmi Osman goes up into second, so this is looking really good from Helmi now. 154.619 pushes Azroy's teammate down into third.
Yeah, the times between Helmi, Azroy and Adananta are really close. Again, boding well for a good race. But the director clearly agrees with me about the paint job on this number 48 of Shinya Mikami. Absolutely gorgeous. Here he comes into the final complex. Through Victory Corner. He's currently down in 14th. 158.9. So no improvement for him. Best time 158.7. Looking here at Apiwat, who's on an out lap. Or is he going to come straight back in again? I think Apiwat's just looking for some space on track. Two Indonesians there, Adananta and Wayu, exchanging hand signals. Nothing unfriendly there. I'm not sure what that did really mean. I think Apiwat's just found himself a little bit of space on track and is now going to try and push. There are 7 minutes remaining, so he's got quite a bit of time. Plenty of time for a rider with his experience.
Got almost the whole grid coming back out on track now. Ray Matsuoka, the only rider still in pit lane. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled for Kengo Nagao, see whether he does improve on the last few minutes left in the session. Helmi and Azrai, they've come back into pit lane, so it looks like they'll catch a breather and maybe conclude their session.
Yeah, it's been a very decent session for them. Second and third, nobody's been able to carry the pace of Kengo Nagao. He's going to give it his best shot now. Or is he? No, he's just rolled off. He came through turn 5.
It seems almost like he's trying to resolve an issue with his bike. The amount of times that he's come back in and out.
Yeah. Again, that would be a useful talking point for the championship leader. See what is the story there. Well, he's got less than 6 minutes remaining, so is he going to come in and tweak something else, or is he going to go out again? Anyway, there is his teammate, Kinley Carl-Paz, who's been improving nicely. Best time 155.7 for the Filipino.
It's looking much better session for Kinley Carl-Paz. In the previous sessions, we saw him just lingering around 10th to 9th, 10th. Yeah. So 7th place right now in practice 3 is good steps taken by McKinley Carl-Paz.
Yeah, it's kind of a progressive approach he's got, which is really commendable. And he's currently faster than Apiwat.
Nagao's just come across to begin his flying lap.
Cruise lap from Apiwat was 2:14.
The wind has picked up again here at the Motegi Mobility Resort. Flags down this front straight, just waving about. We follow McKinley Kalpaz around his push lap.
Ray Matsuoka on his way back out. 4 minutes remaining before the checkered flag. So McKinley Kalpaz sweeps under the Motegi gantry into turn 5, through the tunnel, into turn 6. Very wrong tunnel again. Here we go. Billy Kalpaz comes up to complete another lap. That was 156.6 and almost a second slower than his best time. He runs off, so this next lap won't be a flyer. He will get another one in. Pan out, and just a reminder there that Indian Oil are the official fuel sponsor for the Asia Road Racing Championship as of this season, and for another 2 seasons after this. There's Kengo Nagao back out on track. His best time hasn't been approached by anybody else, that best time being 153.728. It's an out lap for Kengo, so he will get in another 2. He keeps his pace up.
I think it's going to be just a final push for Kengo. Adinanta Putra, however, has gone up into second. A good job there for Adinanta.
Yeah, brilliant.
154. Almi Nazrai did come up for a final push. Maybe just a qualifying practice for the pair of them.
Yeah, and Razor up into 9th, 155.8 for him. So there is Kiatisak. He's got McKinley Kalpaz behind him on the downhill section into turn 5. Tanat moves up into P5. This has been a really good session for Tanat. Again, reinforcing the team's faith in him that they showed when they moved him up from 250s, as they did with Kiatisak. Really bold but smart rider selection from Honda Racing Thailand. Back with Kengo Nagao.
Can he go faster? 153.7.
Daniel.
Couldn't resist. 153.7 from Kengo. That's his fastest lap so far. Look at the way he rides around that final section.
It's perfect, isn't it?
The confidence he has in the bike and the lines he chooses. I think he did make a mistake though before the flip to the right, so we will see him for one more lap before we go for a rest until, well, before the Supersport 600s go for a rest until tomorrow's qualifying sessions.
Yeah, that's right. That was 154.9, which pretty much anybody else would have been happy with. But like we said, this is his last time around. The checkered flag's going to come out in 13 seconds from now. So just scraping through with 7 seconds left was Ray Matsuoka. That's it, nobody else is going to get through for another flyer. But there we've got, it's a site that we've been missing a little bit, to the two Hondas running together. This will be their last time through the final complex.
Go across the line now, it's 54 for Azroy. Azroy goes up into second. Helmi stays in, goes down into fourth.
Yeah, good work by them, and yeah, good pace, mid 154s for all those three: Azroy, Adananta, and Helmi. Apiwat. Now, what has he got by way of an answer? Well, he's got Sharin Tong ahead of him, so that won't help his lap time. Sharin Tong is a little bit in the way, so I don't think this is going to help Apiwat. He's trying to get a toe, but it's to no avail. That was a 156.1. So, difficult session that for the championship leader, Apiwat, for Yamaha Technic Racing Team Asia. And a slightly better session for his teammate, McKinley Carl Paz. In fact, 1,000th of a second separating their lap times. And they weren't even running together. But also, shout out for Honda Racing Thailand. Tanat and Kiatisak in P5 and P6. So really good performance from the Thai rookies. And there it is, once again, at the top, the bespectacled Kengo Nagao. 153.728 was the fastest time of the session. An advantage of 0.6 over Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. 154.323 for him. Just behind him, Adananta Putra for Astra Honda Racing Team. Azroy's teammate Helmi, again, just behind him. Fifth, great performance from Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. His teammate Kiatisak, just behind him. McKinley Carl Paz, good session in P7. And his teammate, Apiwat Wongtananon, the championship leader, down in P8. P9, Veda Ega Pratama, 155.8. And his other teammate, Reza Danica, in P10. Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 11th. His teammate, Ray Matsuoka, in 12th. 13th, Shinya Mikami on that beautiful Tyra Promote Racing Yamaha. And Sharin Tong continues to make progress for Victor Racing Team. Best time of a 157.973. That wraps the Supersport 600 for this Friday afternoon, and for this free practice Friday. We have one more session coming up for you, and it's one you are going to not want to miss. It's the ASB 1000. That will be coming up in 7 minutes from now at 16:50. Scheduling has worked out absolutely perfect today here at Motegi. So thanks and well done to everybody in race control and everybody on track, helping things run so smoothly at this gorgeous circuit. So quick break, and we'll see you in just over 5 minutes for the final session of the day for the ASB 1000. Stay with us at Motegi for the ASB 1000s for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu.
Yamaha Racing Technic Asia Garage with Soichiro Minamimoto. Soichiro, it's been a decent weekend all throughout for you, and you're about to go out for your 3rd practice session. How do you find it so far?
Yes, today is a little bit, the track condition is not good and very slippery, because FP1, FP2, I try to choose for race select of tire. Almost correct, and we check in FP3.
make little bit charge setting and try to for race. Will do long run.
We've heard that that Yamaha have brought in some new parts to try and improve the bike. How do you feel that has improved the bike so far?
Yeah. Very difficult. So because this today I ride alone because I don't. Maybe tomorrow we know, but yes, feeling is just little bit better. Maybe better, getting better.
Thank you so much, Soichiro. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back for the last of today's track action on day 1 of 3 for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at this gorgeous venue, Mobility Resort Motegi. The late afternoon sun is shining, the flags are fluttering, the conditions are virtually perfect here. Outside temperature in the mid-20s. This is the final session of the day, as I said, and it's for the ASB 1000s. They've already been out twice, so we've had plenty to look at, plenty to think about, but the elephant in the room is the phenomenal performance of STG Hawk Pro's Yuki Kuni, who dominated both sessions with blistering best lap times, and not only that, but blistering pace as well. He was run a little bit close before a crash by Hafiz Sharin in the first free practice session of the day. But Yuki has been literally untouchable, and a massive shout for the rider on your screen here, number 21, Zakwan Zaidi, who had nasty fractures in both hands after a free practice crash in Zhuhai just 6 weeks ago. He's back on the bike. He's been testing out Suzuka this week, and somehow he is getting himself around, and there's so much hard braking on this circuit. It's just incredible, the bravery and resilience of Zakwan Zaidi. So shout for him, and shout for whoever is giving him the medical attention. On your screen there, number 83 is Lachlan Epis, the young Australian, making great progress here in the ARRC. Brilliant rider. We're happy, more than happy to have in the series here. He's put in a best time in the late 152s in free practice 2, and in free practice 1, 154. So 152s is where it's at for Lachlan. As we just ride with him on that Evolution Sports BMW for a while, he plunges down towards turn 5, tips it in right, taking it nice and steady. It's gone dark because he's just gone through the tunnel between turns 5 and 6. So after the tunnel, there's a right-hander. Beg your pardon, I was in the wrong tunnel again. And in my defence, I have to say that I tried to do a track walk yesterday. It's my first visit here too, and I went out at about 4 o'clock, just as the circuit was closed to walkers like me. So I have been slightly disorientated, but I'm working on it. And here is Zakwan Zaidi, being impressive even if he wasn't injured. His lap times have been impressive. 151.8 was his best time in practice, free practice 2. So there he goes. That is through turn 7, then switches quickly into the right-hander, turn 8. This is the flowing part of the course. Always good to watch Zakwan on this type of complex. Long left-hander for turn 9, and then he'll short straight up to turn 10, and then it's a 180-degree turn. Plunges down to turn 11, and after that we go through a bridge and then into the final complex, which is a left kind of chicane at the end. As you can just see, this is the final part of it. He's got Aslan Shah just behind him. Aslan was struggling to find his way around on the BMW. Not struggling to find his way around because he's raced here many times in World Championships in Moto 2 and in the Japan Championship. And in this very early stage, with just 6 minutes gone in the final free practice session of the afternoon, it's the two BMWs of Sho Nishimura, who's standing in for the absent Marcus Reiterberger, who's on endurance racing duty this weekend, and Aslan Shah. Yuki Kunle currently in third. So their times there are Sho Nishimura's best time, 1:52.335. And the best time recorded by Yuki Kunle today was 1:50.143. As I said earlier, it wasn't just a one-off fast lap, it was the pace that was so impressive. Hafiz Sharin for JDT, running that gorgeous Ducati, currently lying fourth. And just talking about Yuki Kunle, he's just jumped to the top with a 1:51.9, so that's 0.4 of a second margin over Sho Nishimura. Hafiz Sharin is likely to have something to say in this session about who's fastest around here. We know that Ducati is fast. We know Hafiz Sharin is incredibly fast. As he comes down towards turn 5, it's really good to watch that perfectly positioned camera to catch the pressure that the bike's under, braking downhill. So this time around, Hafiz improves, 1:52.167, jumps up into P2, 1:52.16 7. So that's in 3/10 of Yuki Kunle's time. Andy Fridis Dehar has just done a 1:52.3, which pushed him up into third, and Sho Nishimura down into fourth. Aslan Shah currently fifth. There is Yuki Kunle on your screen there, the number 92 on the all-new 2024 version of the Honda CBR 1000 Triple R. New livery, new bike. And Yuki Kunle has kept himself in contention during the first 3 races of the season by finishing fourth in each one. And if this dominant form in free practice feeds through to lots more points, you'd be hard-pressed to bet against him winning here. Then he's going to be in with a real shout in the championship. So the other riders have had time to assess what they need to do to catch the young Yuki Kunle. In terms of bike setup, I think that's been an issue for Hafiz. Aslan Shah. Also improving in this session is Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Techni Racing. And just while we watch Yuki Kunle here, we're going to switch down to Daniel, who's got Apiwat, to have a few words with him. Over to Daniel.
We're down here at the Yamaha Racing Techni Asia Garage with Apiwat. So currently you stand as a championship leader, but this weekend round, it's been a different story. We've had the wildcard of Kengo as well, performing very strongly. How do you see the weekend so far for you?
Yeah, it's this weekend is difficult for me, but yeah, in the first time when we come here, but yeah, the free practice 1, 2, 3, and so I make the setup the bike, but now it's not correct. But I will try to the make setup for tomorrow. But I'm thinking, but I hope tomorrow to be better. But today is like difficult. Yeah.
So we have a long qualifying session tomorrow. Is there still going to be more experimentation and tests going on before you set a hot lap, or are you guys confident with your setup?
Now I don't know, but we will see tomorrow in the qualify. But good or no good. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the races tomorrow.
So Apiwat confirming there that there have been some problems with getting the bike set up to his liking. That was kind of obvious from his lap times, because we know how fast he is. And I think there probably will be some experimentation in qualifying tomorrow before he goes out to set a fast lap. Apiwat is a very good qualifier as well, so that'll be something to watch out for. So Fizz again on your screen. Just trying to see who's behind Fizz. That's one of the BMWs behind Fizz. As he goes under the bridge. Around turn 6, turn 7. That is turn 9. A quick squirt up to turn 10 and then on to the longest straight of this Motegi road racing course. There are two courses here. There's the oval course, which is not in use anymore after earthquake damage, unfortunately. But it looks absolutely fascinating. So there he goes through the second tunnel into the final complex. Right, and then a left. And here he comes out of the final turn, the so-called victory corner, to cross the line with a time of 1:51.98. It's not quite as quick as his best lap, but it's not far off either. So good pace there from the Malaysian legend, it has to be said. The only Malaysian ever to have raced full-time in MotoGP, and the 41 on the front of that Honda there means only one thing, and that is Nakarin Aturapuvapat. As we just look at there, Aslan Shah coming in for a break and a debrief, and oh, there we are. So the technician he's talking to there is the Dutch famous data technician Peter Bohm, who's there to help him and BMW get that bike set up. But back with Nakarin Aturapuvapat. He comes up to complete another lap. This will be his 5th lap. 1:52.3. He's currently lying 4th. And so, yeah, Aslan 1:52.4, 1:50.8 is the current fastest time of this session from, of course, Yuki Kuni, and his best time in FP2 was 1:50.1. So a bit of work to do there between Aslan and his esteemed engineer. Zakwan Zaidi currently down in 10th. Back with Nakarin now, one of 3 riders in that Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo, Pitt, Nakarin, Zakwan Zaidi, and Andy Farid is Dihar. Andy Farid, well, as a rookie last year, did absolutely brilliantly as a rookie. We'd forgotten by the end of race 1 that he actually was. and this is a really good team, and it's great for Nakarin to be part of it. As we run back with him. A couple of riders in pit lane at the moment. Yuki Kuni being one of them. Sama Murray, the Yemeni rider, being another one. Another lap for Nakarin. That was a 1:52. Oh, that was his best time. He hasn't improved his position, but oh yes, it has. He's gone up one ahead of Andy Farid. So the team rookie is the fastest of the three. We just look there at Hafiz Sharin taking a break.
Just to give a quick weather update, the wind is stronger than it was in the afternoon earlier. And it's actually, despite the sun being out, it's actually quite a lot cooler outside. These cooler temperatures, we'll see how it affects lap time. So far, Yuki Kuni still below 151. Closest to him, Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, they're working progressively there in that JDT pit. And I'm sure Hafiz is determined to get on level terms with Yuki Kuni or beat him. But you can see just how well Yuki Kuni's doing and the SDG team by how much work JDT are having to put into that. Extremely experienced, arguably the most successful Malaysian rider ever, Hafiz Sharin, and the young, really rookie, Yuki Kuni, 20 years old or 21?
I think he should be 21 this year.
And running the number 21 there is Zakwan Zaidi.
21 this year.
Yeah, there is the number 21, the plucky Malaysian, Zakwan Zaidi, on our screen now. Currently down in 10th in this session. He said he could feel the pain under braking when he spoke to you earlier. And he made no secret of it. Sometimes racers hide their pain, but he was very open about it. But on the other hand, we know that he won't let that get in the way, that he will just ride through the pain.
Yeah, Zakwan's a real fighter and takes his fitness seriously, so I think we can definitely bet that he has been doing some fitness workouts despite his fracture on his right hand.
Yeah, so Shiro Minamoto well down in this session. Not sure why that might be. He was fourth quickest in FP2 with 151.6. So clearly problems there. There is Andy Farid, championship leader, working away to come to terms with this circuit on that Honda Asia Dream, racing with Astimo Honda. There he goes through turn 7.
Confident Andy Farid going into this third round of the 2024 season.
Well, he's definitely earned that championship lead. And just going back to round 1 this year, where, to refresh my memory, he mugged Hafiz on the final turn to take the win. So he showed absolutely no fear, no undue regard, let's say. You certainly got respect for him, but no undue regard for the Malaysian. And he's got really good level of self-belief, Andy. He's quiet with it. And really, this is where he does his talking. He'll always tell you something good verbally as well when you ask him. Now, Pasawit Titiwarak is going out. he hasn't really found his way around either. He's in good company in that respect because Aslan and Kazma are in the same boat. Zakwan coming in now. 18 minutes left on the clock, so still actually plenty of time. Here comes Andy again. Let's just watch him braking downhill for turn 5. Straight into the tunnel, flick it left, turn 6. And right for turn 7 through this sweeping section of Motegi. And I've got the tunnel wrong again. Here he goes. I'm blaming the track for stopping me doing my walk yesterday.
Yeah, Andy really approaching this very well. And he really does have good racecraft as well. I've seen it many times. He waits until the last few laps to start pushing through, and while everyone gets tired in front of him, that's where he starts taking his advantage. And it's really lovely to see how Andy works around a race situation.
There it is, there's Nakarin. He's got Yuki Kuni for company. So 2 Hondas there. Nakarin, a rookie in the class, although Yuki Kuni is younger than he is.
Yuki, Japanese talent, formerly in Moto3, jumped into the ASB 1000 categories. Won last year and this season. Yuki's really becoming a rider to watch in this category. With every race that we see him, you can just see that he's starting to find the rhythm, starting to understand the bike better, the championship better. Especially with this new Honda CBR 1000 RRR, it's just been really a great show from Yuki Kuni here in Motegi.
Yeah, that is one good-looking machine, and that's something I don't very often say about Hondas. They often look, you know, just kind of purposeful, nothing wrong with them, but when you see a bike like this BMW, you go, oh, look at that. Wow, a Ducati. And the Yamahas are always pretty.
Yuki Kuni with a big wheelie coming out at the last turn. So 151.2, still faster than anyone else on track.
Yeah. And just the other rider on track there, Nakarin, absolutely loves riding superbikes. Another rider from Moto3. And was a championship contender in 600s last year. Deserved his step up and has been doing really well.
It's going to feel the pressure there coming from behind with Yuki Kuni. Yuki just riding that bike. He's looking so comfortable on that new CBR. Just wondering if Nakarin's holding him up at all. Not that Nakarin's slow by any means, it's just Yuki Kuni just found a different level this weekend.
Yeah, but he's just waiting to pounce. He's not going to take any chances, but it'll be interesting to see where he does it.
Yeah, I think Nakarin realized who's behind him, so Nakarin now wants to get a little bit of information by following Yuki Kuni in front of him. I think that's a wise move by Nakarin.
Yeah, very much so.
See the line difference there that Yuki took. It looked almost like an overshoot, but that did give him a really good exit down the straight. Looks like Aslan there trying to get a piece of the action.
Yeah, Aslan's still waiting for it to click. Nakarin's doing a good job of staying with Yuki here.
51.9 from Yuki and a 52 from Nakarin, so that wasn't a better lap from either one of them, but now they start pushing on and Nakarin is getting on with the business. Aslan Shah trying to catch up with the two fast riders in front of him.
Yeah, this will be good. Don't think Aslan needs a toe, but he might appreciate the target in front of him. Oh, and there's Hafiz, hand up.
Bike issue for Hafiz, or is he just allowing them to get past him? Nakarin really holding on to the back of Yuki there, so this should be a really good lap from Nakarin. Joe Nishimura has gone up to the top, 151.0.
Yeah, what a worthy replacement he is for Marcus.
A shaky start to his replacement ride in Zhuhai, but quickly becoming some real contender in this ASB 1000 class.
From there, very easy bike to spot with the mint green. We agreed that, didn't we? Gorgeous mint green Evolution Sports BMW. Now then, let's just see what Nakarin will do at the end of this lap. Still have 12.5 minutes left. Pasowit, I think, just ran around the long lap diversion. And Soichiro Minamoto out now. He hasn't done anything in this session.
Oh, Nakarin and Aslan benefiting the most from the two riders in front of them. He goes up into third for the first time this weekend. A 151.1 for Aslan Shah. Yuki starting to pull a gap on Nakarin, and Aslan closing in on Nakarin.
Yeah, very interesting. Aslan got the best of that. So that's good to see. 151.195. 0.3 off Yuki's best time, which is not his best time of the day, to be fair. But let's see what Aslan can do with the Thai rider in front of him.
Medium this time for Aslan, which is the same tire compound we've seen most of the riders go for. Yuki's just in front of this frame there. Aslan's really on it. He's going to try and get past Nakarin on this turn. I believe he did make it past Nakarin. Yes, it does. Clean move by Aslan.
Yeah, nice and clean, well planned, well in advance.
Nakarin trying to bite back, but Nakarin does bite back. Aslan runs wide.
Yeah, I was saying, Nakarin does enjoy himself.
Yeah, he truly does. Yeah, I think Nakarin bit back, and Aslan just backed up because he noticed Yuki was slowing down. And Aslan's just going to try and get behind Yuki for another lap. That's Sho Nishimura. Oh, what a rider he is. The beautiful shot of him coming down the hill there.
Yeah, he's running a soft rear, I notice. Let's take another look. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's running down the hill there for about 100 meters at 45-degree angle. Brilliant.
What a shot that was. Aslan now behind his teammate. Sho Nishimura goes up to the top of 150.597.
So he's within shouting distance now of Yuki Kuni's best time of the day, which is a 150.1. Yeah, this is interesting stuff. You said this was going to be full of fast and also full of intrigue, and it really is. Andy Farid currently down now in 5th. Nakarin's been pushed down to 6th.
Beautiful shot, Sho Nishimura. Loves to slide that rear out there. He does it so comfortably. Got a fast rider in front of him as well, so he's going to get a decent slip pass. That's Zakwan Zaidi.
You think with that slide, he's got his front wheel on the asphalt and his rear wheel on the rumble strip. I think that would just feel horrible. It would to me anyway. But
yeah, it seems that Sho Nishimura has just found that comfort zone riding that way. Hafiz has just gone past him as Sho backs off. And Hafiz went up into 4th with a 151.3. Actually, Hafiz's fastest time of the weekend so far. So good improvements there from the JET garage.
Tell you what, now you can see the top 6 have squeezed up their lap times a bit. You can predict a good race tomorrow.
Definitely. Now we follow the timings of Hafiz, Sharin, the Aslan Shah in front of him, and Zakon Zaidi in front of Aslan. Come down the line now. I don't think it's going to be an improvement for either one of these riders this lap. It's a 1 minute 50 from Hafiz, actually, a 1 minute 50.994. So we have 3 riders who have achieved a sub 151 timing.
Yeah, so really good work. Did look like he was pushing then. We knew he was going to aim at getting within touching distance. He's now within 0.4 of a second of the best time, which is the first time today, Sharin.
The pace has been increased in this last practice session for the ASB 1000s. These 3 riders once again. There should be another good lap coming from all 3 of them. Make their way around the first tunnel. Yuki Kuni has gone back into pit lane, and so has Sho Nishimura.
7.5 minutes left, so maybe it'll be a tweak and another short run at the end. This is staying out, he's still pushing, Aslan's still pushing. Zakwan pushing through the pain, just ahead of them on track.
Shota Yokiyama's has gone up into 8th with a 152.533. Just trying to keep it controlled there. Aslan squabbles a bit under the gas. He's running a much tighter line there as well.
Yeah, he was, yeah. But they're all pushing really hard. Let's see how that works. It's all about the exit onto this final straight. I don't think that worked out for Hafiz.
Oh, it did, a 150.7. So Hafiz Sharin improves again, and he moves up into 2nd, pushing Yuki Kuni down into 3rd towards the end of practice 3. So a really good lap again from Hafiz.
Yeah, he's run off out of the way, but yeah, it looked as though he got that final exit wrong, so he was quick. He made up that time, not there, but somewhere else.
That was interesting, because he ran really tight into the 2nd to last turn, and then really tight again on the exit, and not really ringing it wide yet. A 157,
yeah.
A 150.7.
He was clearly experimenting with lines, but I don't think that one worked. If he gone a wider line through, he'd have probably been faster. As it is, he's only 1.15 tenths off, sorry, 0.0115 to put it more clearly, of a second.
Here's Kasma Daniel now, who's having a better session. Timing-wise, that is. Position right now, he sits 10th.
Still in those 153s. The low 153s, he was in the high 153s earlier. Still so much more to come, you feel, from Kazma and that Motegi racing team in Asia. He still doesn't look comfortable to me, Kazma.
Yeah, we've seen Kasman Daniel, and when he feels comfortable and confident on a bike, it's just you just don't see that body language on him this time.
And there, so with Choyu Joe here, I think. Or we were.
Choyu has actually found good improvements in this session.
Yeah.
Improved by over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, now we're back with the A Racer machine of Cheng Chi Ying from Taipei.
The wind has really picked up here around Motegi.
Yeah, flags are going a little bit more horizontal than they were. It's not visibly troubling anybody out here.
Well, Chang Chi-ying now as he goes down the front straight. And an improving lap for him, the 204.0. His fastest is 158.5.
So really he's here to gather data in race conditions for A Racer, the provider of ECUs here, partner to ARRC. And there he goes, again riding through the pain. We're just coming out again with just 3 minutes remaining on the clock. His teammate, Andy Farid. Box, Sho Nishimura in the TKKR BMW box. Fizz might be done for the day. Yeah, he is.
I think it's a job well done from Hafiz and the JDT Racing team. They've taken steps forward with every session, despite Hafiz's low side in practice 1. The top 4 in this session all in pit lane. Good job as well from Mazen Shah. Good recovery for the 3rd practice session.
Yeah, he's found his way around. He was looking for the key on that BMW, and it certainly looks as though he's found it. So it's great to see Aslan currently lying 2nd in the championship, up into the top 4, or well, really it's the top 6 here. It look like they're going to be in the mix tomorrow. That's the 31 of Chang Chi-ying. So perhaps a little final run coming in here from Sho Nishimura.
It's just for a practice start at the end of the session.
Yeah, practice start is just at the beginning of the longest straight, so the exit to turn 10. Oh, Hafiz coming out. 1 minute remaining, so
probably practice start as well. It wouldn't make sense to come out in this with this amount of time remaining. Yuki Kuni as well. Everyone just getting ready for tomorrow's very important race 1 after qualifying, of course.
Yep, all to play for in qualifying, that's for sure. So the best time when we see the combined times, it will be Yuki Kuni's name at the top. He's 3rd in this session. So it does mean there are a few riders who are on terms with them in terms of their pace.
And Yuki Kuni just came out. But they will not make it around for a flying lap. Like that needs to be getting out just for practice starts at the end of the session. That's Hafiz as well.
Yeah, just going to need to get the timing right here.
Is Yuki Kuni the fastest rider in combined practice for today? Nishimura the fastest this session in particular. Sho Nishimura takes check flag with Kasper Daniel in front of him, followed by Zakon Zaidi, followed by Chang Chi-ying, Paswitz. This is the man of the hour, Yuki Kuni, with a brand new bike from Honda. Looking really strong for this weekend. Best of Yuki Kuni we've seen this season.
Definitely, absolutely brilliant. So happy to see that. Suddenly, we've had 13 pre-practice sessions today, Daniel, and this is the last one over and out. So plenty to think about, plenty to look forward to. And there it is, fastest in this session. Sho Nishimura, 150.597. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team was second best in the session, 150.7. Close behind them, Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hart Pro Honda. Aslan Shah found how to get the BMW round here quickly as well. He was fourth fastest, fifth. Andy Fridis Dehar, who's been working brilliantly all day, every session. Shota Yokoyama for Gura Clutch and Nitro Racing. Really good day for him, ended up sixth. Nakarin Tura Puvapat, seventh, but enjoying himself on that Honda, so he should be good for the race. The brave and brilliant Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream racing with Asimo in 8th. 9th was Lachlan Epis, 152.7 was his best time. Kazma Daniel improved a little during the day. He ended up 10th. Pasawit Titivarat for Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda, 11th. 12th was Osama Murray for Victor Racing. Chang Chi Ying for A Racer Speed Tech was 13th. 14th, not sure what happened with Soichiro Minamoto in that session, but he didn't really show up. And 15th was Kyoyu Zhou for Savitar ESG Team Asia. His best time, 204.099. So that is free practice done for the day. Sun's still fairly high in the sky. Got another, what do you say, Dan? A couple of hours before the sun finally sets here. But what a magnificent sight that is. We've had a fantastic day here for free practice. Lots to talk about, and especially lots to look forward to for qualifying tomorrow morning and racing in the afternoon, when Daniel and I will be joined by the great maestro over the microphones, Des Corkill. Des, hope you're listening. And so we're going to sign off here from Mobility Resort Motegi. It's been a great opening day for this third round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're starting again bright and early tomorrow. 8 o'clock is when the qualifying action starts, with qualifying 1 for the Underbone 150s, and then we'll work through all the way through to midday to get all the qualifying done, and then we'll be racing from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So thank you for joining us from me and Daniel, and thanks to the brilliant camera team and production team who've been with us all day, showing off again with this beautiful final shot. We'll see you tomorrow morning for qualifying for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Have a good night.